This is Audible.
Penguin Random House Audio presents Building the Great Society, Inside Lyndon Johnson's White House, by Joshua Zeitz. Read for you by Dan Warren. For Angela, Lillian, and Naomi. Preface. November 22nd, 1963. Why don't you pack a bag and fly with me to Fort Worth tonight? Lyndon Johnson suggested to his friend Jack Valenti. The date was November 21st, 1963, and Valenti, who ran a successful advertising and public relations firm in Houston, could scarcely foretell the lasting effect that the invitation would have on his life. The two men first met 5 years earlier at a luncheon that Johnson hosted for young, up-and-coming businessmen in Texas. Valenti subsequently volunteered as a floor aide at the 1960 Democratic National Convention in Los Angeles, where LBJ vied unsuccessfully for his party's presidential nomination, and that fall directed the Kennedy-Johnson ticket's advertising in Texas. I knew few people in the Johnson entourage, he later admitted. Though I was a Johnson man, and though I supported him vigorously and wholeheartedly and without reservation, I literally was on the darker edges of the last ring of the peripheral circle. Texas had long been a sturdy brick in the Democratic Party's firewall. It remained critical to JFK's re-election prospects, but its electorate was drifting steadily rightward. Hoping to repair a widening breach between the state organization's liberal and conservative factions, Kennedy and Johnson scheduled a multi-day political and fundraising swing that would carry them from Houston to Fort Worth, to Dallas, and then Austin, and finally to the LBJ Ranch, deep in the Texas Hill Country, where the first and second families would break bread together over a weekend replete with political and symbolic importance. For Johnson, the stakes were high. He had never been especially close to the Kennedy clan, and in recent years, his relationship with Attorney General Robert Kennedy, the president's brother and closest political advisor, had grown sharply discordant. Quietly beleaguered by a series of slow, percolating scandals involving his personal finances, and seemingly powerless to forge a truce between liberal and conservative Democrats in his own backyard, LBJ was no longer a certain asset to the president, either nationally or in Texas. He had legitimate reason to fear persistent low whispers that Kennedy intended to drop him from the ticket the following year. Facing these trials, the vice president called on trusted friends from Texas to ensure a successful presidential visit. Valenti had been charged with organizing a critical leg of the journey, a dinner in honor of Representative Albert Thomas in Houston on November 21st. Despite widespread concern that the city's conservative citizens would shun the president, over 350,000 cheering local residents lined the city streets to greet JFK and his wife, who had arrived at 4:23 p.m. in the lateness of a blue-skied day, Valenti later recalled, on the sleek, silver-bellied Boeing 707 Air Force One. Riding in the official motorcade, he noticed that his seatmate, Kenneth O'Donnell, a principal White House aide, was dour, unsmiling, and visibly nervous. Only when he saw the crowds, 3, 4, and 5 deep, did O'Donnell relax. "They're here, aren't they?" he muttered with satisfaction. "They damn sure are," Valenti replied. Privately, he was equally relieved, and even more so when over 3,000 local business and civic leaders packed the Sam Houston Coliseum for the evening's dinner reception. Short in stature, but hard to miss in a crowd, his dress was natty, recalled one of his contemporaries, and he was imaginative, quick-thinking, and fast-talking, a lively, friendly, sentimental human being. Valenti was swept up in the moment. When LBJ pulled him backstage to meet the president, Kennedy warmly shook his hand and thanked him for producing so stellar a turnout. He very much wanted to join the flight to the next stop, Fort Worth, and then on to Dallas and Austin the following day. But his wife, Mary Margaret, a former secretary in Johnson's Senate and vice presidential offices, had given birth to their first child just 3 weeks earlier. "Is this trip necessary?" she muttered with disapproval, even as she obligingly packed an overnight valise for Jack, complete with 2 changes of clothing. After the president and the vice president finished their remarks at the Houston dinner, Valenti boarded the vice president's Boeing 707, a near but not exact replica of Air Force One, for the journey to Fort Worth. The next morning, November 22nd, he flew with LBJ's entourage to Dallas, where Kennedy and Johnson were scheduled to address a luncheon at the city's Trade Mart. At Love Field, around 12 p.m., Valenti stepped into a van with other vice presidential and White House aides, including Evelyn Lincoln, the president's private secretary. The motorcade went through Dallas, Valenti would remember, and we were all remarking about how marvelous the reception was. It was about as big as it was in Houston. There were no hostile faces, not even a hostile sign, which was amazing. At the head of the official column led an unmarked police car, flanked by uniformed officers on motorcycles. Next in line was the deep blue presidential limousine, which carried John and Jacqueline Kennedy and Governor John Connally and his wife Nellie. They were followed in turn by a heavily fortified, open-topped limousine. Reporters called it the Queen Mary, packed with 8 Secret Service agents, 4 in the passenger seats and 4 others on running boards to either side, with O'Donnell and his fellow White House aide David Powers installed in the jump seats. LBJ's gray limousine, a rental, was next in line, trailing the Queen Mary at a distance of 75 feet. Behind LBJ traveled the vice presidential follow car, then a vehicle carrying 3 members of the press pool, a transport for other members of the news media, and vans and buses conveying news photographers, video men, and local elected officials. Valenti later estimated that his van was roughly 12th in the motorcade. As the convoy turned onto Main Street, then right onto Houston Street, and left onto Elm, he witnessed the impressive multitude of office workers who cheered from the windows of tall downtown buildings, and saw the crowds, 5 and more deep, hoisting homemade signs in the bright afternoon sun, and waving with admiration at the procession. "It was a beautiful day, beautiful weather," noted a reporter who was present that afternoon. Too far back in line to hear the piercing crack of a rifle shot, followed by 2 more in close succession, Valenti first sensed trouble shortly after 12:30 p.m., when, all of a sudden, the motorcade began without reason to speed up, tripling the speed, maybe quadrupling it. We attempted to keep up, and we knew something was wrong because all of a sudden we got separated from the cars. Uncertain what to do, his driver steered a direct course to the Trade Mart. Around the time that Valenti was marveling at the warm embrace that the citizens of Dallas had extended to the president, Pierre Salinger, Kennedy's White House press secretary, was traveling aboard SAM 86972, the tail number of a Boeing 707 jet identical to the vice president's plane, en route to an economic forum in Tokyo. Also on the flight were half of the president's cabinet, including the secretaries of the Departments of State, Treasury, Commerce, Labor, Agriculture, and Interior, and the chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisers, CEA. Flying at an altitude of 35,000 feet, with nothing but blue sky around them, the men and their wives were already 900 miles west of Honolulu. Salinger quietly leafed through a dense briefing book on Japanese economics, while inside the plane's cramped communication shack, two news tickers, one for the Associated Press, AP, another for United Press International, UPI, rested silent. He was deep in study when shortly after 12:34 p.m. Central Time, a disconcerting bulletin crossed the UPI wire. 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. From inside the communication shack, Salinger placed a call to the White House Situation Room. After a delay of several minutes, operators were able to establish a patch with the Navy Commander Oliver Hallett. "All available information on President follows," Hallett began, before drawing a deep breath. "The President and Governor Connolly of Texas have been hit in the car in which they were riding. We do not know how serious the situation is. We have no information. We are getting our information over the tickers. Over." Moments later, Hallett dictated a new AP dispatch. "Kennedy apparently shot in head. He fell face down in back seat of his car. Blood was on his head. Mrs. Kennedy cried, 'Oh no,' and tried to hold up his head. Connolly remained half-seated, slumped to the left. There was blood on his face and forehead. The President and the Governor were rushed to Parkland Hospital near the Dallas Trade Mart, where Kennedy was to have made a speech. Over." Salinger moved between the communication shack and the main cabin, relaying updates on the President's status. At 1:10 p.m., just 40 minutes after Kennedy was struck by the assassin's bullet, the Situation Room relayed instructions from Malcolm Kilduff, the deputy press secretary who was on the ground in Dallas and unaware that SAM 86972 was already speeding a course back to Hawaii, that the cabinet returned to American soil. Soon thereafter, Hallett confirmed the cabinet members' worst fear. "This is the Situation Room following to Wayside," he began in a slow and halting voice. "We have report quoting Mr. Kilduff that the President is dead. Do you have that?" Over. Salinger repeated the dispatch in a hurried tone. "The President is dead. Is that correct?" "That is correct," Hallett confirmed haltingly. "That is correct. New subject. Front office desires plane return to Washington with no stop in Dallas. Over." Horace Busby first intuited trouble when he heard the UPI news ticker in his office sound 4 staccato-like bells. This was a rare signal on teletypes, but Busby, a former wire service reporter who now ran a private business consultancy based in Washington, D.C., knew what it meant. A flash, a terse one-line report of a major news development. Only matters of earth-shaking moment receive the priority of a flash. A native Texan and longtime friend and associate of Lyndon Johnson's, Busby was deeply familiar with the political climate in Dallas and had feared that no good could come of the presidential visit. After pausing to read the initial UPI report, he placed an urgent call to his former colleague George Reedy, who was a member of LBJ's vice presidential staff. "Quick," Busby instructed. "Read your ticker. Kennedy shot." Jolted, Reedy dropped the phone back on its hook without responding. Busby's next call was to the Elms, the Johnson family's stately residence in northwest Washington, D.C., where his wife, Mary, was culling through photographs and memorabilia to fashion a montage as a Christmas present for her friend Lady Bird. Such was the relationship between the two families that Mary enjoyed access to the house, even when the Johnsons were out of town. "Don't hang up," her husband instructed. "If it hasn't already started yet, everybody will be trying to call, and we'll never get through to you again." As they spoke, a swarm of Secret Service agents descended upon the building and grounds. Then came the telephone men, Busby recalled, hurrying to install the communications required for a president, not required for a vice president. As Mary remained at her post, waiting for Lady Bird to return, Busby listened in horror to radio news reports relating the details of LBJ's swearing-in ceremony aboard Air Force One and imminent return to Washington. Shortly after 6 p.m., the new president telephoned from his office suite in the old executive office building and instructed Busby to meet him at the Elms. When I arrived, Busby remembered, a large crowd already had formed around the gate, but they were being held back by the police. Busby drove up to the entrance and rolled down his window to identify himself to the Secret Service agents posted around the perimeter. As they waved him in, he heard a reporter call out to the guard, "Who's this one? What's his name? What does he do?" Upon reaching the Trade Mart, Jack Valenti ascertained that the motorcade had proceeded directly to Parkland Memorial Hospital. He flagged down a deputy sheriff, explained that his party included the president's secretary, and secured an escort. When he arrived, the scene outside the emergency room doors was pure chaos. Cars were parked at all angles, abandoned by their drivers. Uniformed and plainclothes officers stood around the perimeter of the building. Unbeknownst to the bystanders, moments earlier, the Secret Service had whisked LBJ out a side door to his limousine. The new president was en route to Air Force One. Valenti delicately handed off Evelyn Lincoln to a policeman and talked his way inside the building, where he spied the Texas Congressmen Jack Brooks, Henry Gonzalez, and Homer Thornberry out of the corner of his eye. Though at the time he did not realize it, he was standing outside the doors to the operating room where John F. Kennedy had expired just moments before. Entering an empty stairwell, Valenti encountered Cliff Carter, a longtime political aide to LBJ. "The president is dead," Carter began, "and the vice president has me looking for you. He wants you to come out to Love Field and get aboard the airplane." The two men walked at a brisk pace to the holding room that Johnson had departed only moments earlier. From there, a Secret Service agent, Lem Johns, escorted them to a waiting police car. "The vice president wants you aboard the plane now," the agent confirmed with tight, clipped speech. "Am I going to shoot this in color or black and white?" Cecil Stoughton wondered silently. Unlike Jack Valenti, Stoughton did hear the 3 rifle shots that rang out from the Texas School Book Depository. A captain in the U.S. Army Signal Corps, who since 1961 had served as the official White House photographer, he would now capture the transfer of power from John Kennedy to Lyndon Johnson. Knowing that the wire services could not process Kodacolor or Ektachrome, Stoughton loaded the magazine of his new Hasselblad camera and that of an older 35mm job with black and white Tri-X film and strapped both devices around his neck. Inside Air Force One, all the window shades were drawn shut by order of the Secret Service. The main cabin was dim and growing warmer by the minute because the plane's air conditioning unit only functioned when its engines operated in flight. In addition to the original Kennedy staff contingent, on board were LBJ and his wife, 3 Texas congressmen whom Johnson had summoned to his side, Valenti, who was not quite sure precisely why I was even here in the first place, Bill Moyers, a former Johnson aide who, upon learning of JFK's death, chartered a flight from Austin, where he was advancing the next leg of the trip, to make certain that he was among the president's party, and a multitude of Secret Service agents, military advisors, valets, and secretaries. In later years, Kennedy and Johnson partisans would revisit any number of slights and rebuffs, both real and imagined, exchanged by both sides during that tense hour on the tarmac. Asked about his personal recollection of the occasion, Valenti admitted that he never saw any of the so-called friction. If it was there, I was not aware of it. Of course, you must understand that I didn't know the names and faces of the players. Stoughton considered how to stage the scene. The Boeing airliner was narrowly constructed, leaving him little means to capture the principals, the judge holding the Bible and Mrs. Kennedy, and Mrs. Johnson and the president, all things being equal, in one frame. Fortunate to be carrying a wide-angle lens, he leaned back against the wall of the compartment and just sort of sprayed the room with my .35, so that I got pictures of everybody in there. The fruit of Stoughton's labor was an iconic photograph displaying Lyndon B. Johnson's formal assumption of the presidency. To the far left of the frame, Valenti can be seen pushed up against one of the plane's windows in a half-crouched position, his eyes fixed in a bewildered stare. The memory of that flight back to Washington and of the helicopter ride from Andrews Air Force Base to the White House would forever remain etched in his mind. Later that evening, Valenti found himself seated on the edge of a straight-backed chair in the president's bedroom at the Elms, as LBJ, clad in pajamas and perched upright in his bed, fired off a seemingly endless line of directives. Also seated around him were Moyers and Cliff Carter. Horace Busby had only just departed. Johnson's aides were wearing the same suits they had climbed into that morning. The television set remained on, casting a dim glow across the room as it broadcast an endless loop of the day's tragedy. The new president was famously addicted to the telephone and had already placed scores of calls to congressional leaders, cabinet members, foreign heads of state, and corporate chieftains. Working out of his office in the Executive Office building, he had been briefed by his economic and military advisers. Now, as Valenti recalled, he was surrounded by men whom he trusted, and in whose persons he fully knew reposed love and respect and enduring loyalty to him. "You know, when I went into that office tonight, and they came in and started briefing me on what I have to do," he told his aides, "do you realize that every issue that is on my desk tonight was on my desk when I came to Congress in 1937? Civil rights, health insurance for the elderly and the poor, federal aid to primary and secondary education, support for higher education, anti-poverty and nutritional programs. It was there in LBJ's bedroom at the Elms, 12 hours after Johnson assumed the awesome powers of the presidency, that the first cornerstone was laid for the Great Society." Introduction. Boundless in his appetite for power and recognition, extreme in his personal habits and style, Lyndon Johnson was both a towering historical figure and a bundle of jarring contradictions. He was a crass political operator and liberal idealist, an unbridled opportunist and steadfast champion of the poor, a Southern temporizer and civil rights trailblazer, a progressive hero and bête noire of the anti-war left. He was cruel and kind, John Connolly observed, generous and greedy, sensitive and insensitive, crafty and naive, ruthless and thoughtful, simple in many ways and yet extremely complex, caring and totally not caring. He knew how to use people in politics in the way nobody else could that I know of. There is no shortage of literature on LBJ or his presidency, but the vast body of writing and criticism focuses on how one individual, Lyndon Johnson, plied his mastery of the political process to push an ambitious slate of liberal legislation through Congress in 1964 and 1965. But not even so dynamic a leader as LBJ could do it alone. Who helped him along the way? And what came next? It was no small accomplishment to secure passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It was another matter entirely to have it mean something, to leverage the full weight of the federal government to desegregate public and private institutions peacefully throughout 1/3 of the United States. Persuading Congress to enact a steady profusion of liberal initiatives was a crowning achievement. Equally remarkable was the Johnson administration's success in building programs like Medicare and Medicaid from the ground up, transforming the manner in which American elementary and secondary education was funded, providing food security to tens of millions of impoverished children and adults, inventing public television and radio, and restructuring the federal government's relationship with ordinary citizens on a scale unseen since Franklin Roosevelt's tenure in office, all in the space of 5 years, even as the Vietnam War increasingly strained the administration's credibility and means to advance its domestic agenda. One man could not and did not go it alone. LBJ assembled a talented and energetic group of advisors who made his vision a reality. Some of his aides, like Jack Valenti, found themselves accidentally in the right place at the right time. Others, like Bill Moyers, made sure to put themselves there. Most, like Joe Califano, were relatively young men in their 30s and early 40s, though LBJ, who deliberately aspired to match and then exceed FDR's achievements, turned regularly for counsel to a small cadre of New Deal veterans whom he had known intimately since his early days in Congress. The core of LBJ's staff claimed a Texas pedigree: Walter Jenkins, Bill Moyers, and Jack Valenti; Horace Busby, Johnson's in-house intellectual of long standing; Harry McPherson, and Marvin Watson, who came aboard in 1965. Yet most were men of broad learning and experience, and it sometimes astonished jaded political observers how fluidly they worked with the best and brightest of the Ivy League set who had come to Washington to join John Kennedy's New Frontier, only to make history in Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. Though different in temperament and background, each staff member believed that government should play an affirmative role in creating economic opportunity for its citizens and smoothing out the rougher edges of liberal capitalism. Each was also, in his own way, as pragmatic as Johnson himself, attuned to the workings of political power, skilled in the art of throwing a sharp elbow or building an administrative empire, and hungry for position and prominence. Richard Goodwin, a former Kennedy aide who later joined LBJ's staff as chief speechwriter, coined the term Great Society, often invoked interchangeably with the War on Poverty, a term that Johnson introduced in his first State of the Union address in 1964. The Great Society included anti-poverty programs, but it aspired more broadly to complete America's patchwork safety net and maximize the individual citizen's ability to realize his or her fullest potential. In effect, the war on poverty was just one part of the puzzle. Conservatives then and later decried the Great Society as an engine of economic redistribution that led millions of Americans into a state of permanent dependency on the government. But in truth, LBJ and his aides never seriously contemplated policies that would enforce equality of income, wealth, or condition. They did not broadly support quantitative measures like cash transfers or a guaranteed minimum income, but rather believed that qualitative measures like education, workforce training, access to health care and food security, and full political empowerment would ensure each individual a level playing field and equal opportunity to share in the nation's prosperity. This commitment to qualitative rather than quantitative liberalism cannot be understood outside the context of post-war American political culture, with its prevailing spirit of confidence and triumphalism. It was little wonder that citizens living in that age exhibited great hubris. In recent memory, the United States had weathered the Great Depression, and defeated fascism in both Europe and the Pacific, and in the 2 decades that followed, Americans benefited from seemingly boundless economic growth that vastly expanded the ranks of the middle class. Looking back on the early post-war years, the columnist Robert J. Samuelson remembered that you were constantly treated to the marvels of the time. At school, you were vaccinated against polio. At home, you watched television. Every so often, you looked up into the sky and saw the white vapor trails of a new jet. There was an endless array of new gadgets and machines. No problem seemed to be beyond solution. You took prosperity for granted, and so, increasingly, did other Americans. John Kennedy captured this can-do ethos when he challenged his fellow citizens to explore the stars, conquer the deserts, eradicate disease, tap the ocean depths, encourage the arts and commerce, and heed in all corners of the earth the command of Isaiah to undo the heavy burdens and to let the oppressed go free. Echoing his predecessor's outsized ambition, LBJ called on the nation to defeat ignorance, illiteracy, ill health, and disease. Liberal economists in this era were equally ebullient. They assumed that through close management of fiscal and monetary policy, the government could sustain economic growth indefinitely. For the architects of the Great Society, it was an unspoken article of faith that the means to a more just and equal society was not cutting the pie into smaller slices so that everyone would enjoy his or her fair share, but baking a larger pie. The idea that the economy might someday stop growing rarely factored seriously into liberal thinking. Predicated as it was on qualitative measures conceived to unlock individual opportunity, the Great Society would later draw sharp criticism for what it did not do. It did not eliminate poverty. It did not effect wide-scale cash transfers or establish a minimum family income. It did not extend quality medical care and educational opportunity to all Americans. It did not save urban America from blight or depressed rural areas from further decline. Essentially, it disappointed liberal aspirations and only confirmed the worst of conservative fears. George Reedy, who served as Johnson's White House press secretary and special assistant, later surmised that the sweeping promises associated with the Great Society may have had a negative impact on the willingness of Americans to trust such efforts. When those measures did not meet the grandiose expectations that liberals established in the heady days of 1964, many Americans came to agree with LBJ's conservative critics that government itself was the cancer, not the cure. In a scorching address delivered some 2 decades later, Ronald Reagan gave voice to conservative criticism of the Great Society as a bundle of expensive and failed initiatives that contributed to, rather than alleviated, poverty. LBJ's legacy reinforced the central political error of our time, the flawed notion that government and bureaucracy were the primary vehicle for social change. Yet if Johnson and his aides overpromised, they also outperformed. Few presidents have left in place so sweeping a list of positive domestic accomplishments. 50 years after the fact, it is all but impossible to imagine the United States without Medicare, public television, integrated hotels and restaurants, federal aid to primary and secondary schools, or federally guaranteed college loans, all measures that continue to enjoy wide support. Moreover, if LBJ's Great Society failed in its ambition to eliminate poverty, it took a sizable bite out of it. The government normally measures poverty on the basis of pre-tax cash income, but when economists factor in non-cash assistance, including food stamps, Medicaid, and housing subsidies, all products of the Great Society, and tax adjustments like the Earned Income Tax Credit, a product of the Nixon administration, the poverty rate fell by 26% between 1960 and 2010, with two-thirds of the decline occurring before 1980. Some groups, like African Americans and the elderly, experienced a precipitous drop in poverty. Others, including children, did not. LBJ's domestic programs assumed that economic output and wages would continue to grow in perpetuity. They were not designed to combat trends that neither the president nor his staff anticipated, including the rise of single-parent households, stagflation, supply shocks, globalization, and, most important, stagnant wages in the 1970s and beyond. Equally underappreciated is the political capital that Johnson and his aides readily spent down in the cause of laying Jim Crow in his grave. Excepting Abraham Lincoln's government, no administration then or since pulled the levers of government with such unwavering resolve to disrupt the economic, political, and social privilege that many white Americans had long assumed was their birthright. Desegregation was not a solitary building block of the Great Society. It was a central theme that ran throughout most of its key initiatives, from health care and education to voting rights and urban renewal. Moreover, Johnson's White House knowingly took the fight beyond the South and challenged much of the hidden privilege that white Northerners had grown to expect, privilege that came in the form of the de facto, or seemingly accidental, segregation in residential neighborhoods, schools, and workplaces. With great valor came great risk. By numbers alone, far more white Americans than black Americans benefited from the Great Society. But the administration's full-throated support for racial equality led many white voters to identify Johnson's domestic programs as a minority handout. The Democratic Party paid, and continues to pay, a heavy political price for its support of civil rights. Several weeks after Johnson became president, Bill Moyers met with him in the Yellow Oval Room on the second floor of the White House residence. Used by most presidents from Lincoln through FDR as a private library or study, the room now functioned as a formal living room and parlor. There, Moyers found the president scrawling out columns and dates on a yellow legal pad. November 22, 1963 to January 19, 1965. January 20, 1965 to January 19, 1969. January 20, 1969 to January 19, 1973. Alongside these columns, he wrote 1964, win. 1965, P&P, propose and pass. And then for 1967, Moyers recalled, it said, hold gains. Johnson looked up from his notepad and explained, Bill, I've just been figuring out how much time we would have to do what we want to do. I really intend to finish Franklin Roosevelt's revolution. In an ideal world, we would have about 110 months to his 144 months. I'll never make it that far, of course, so let's assume we have to do it all in 1965 and 1966, and probably in 1966 we'll lose our big margin in the Congress. That means in 1967 and 1968, there will be a hell of a fight. It was a moment of striking clairvoyance. The fight came when expected, but Johnson could not then have anticipated its source, the conflict in Vietnam. The war did much to undermine LBJ's credibility and standing with the American public. More fundamentally, it catalyzed economic and social trends that would erode the very intellectual foundation of the Great Society. When it became clear by 1967 that the country could not afford guns and butter, that permanent growth without inflation was in fact an elusive dream, and that equal opportunity often fails to deliver equal results, Johnson's project fell into disrepute. For some 50 years, he would be known, at best, as a flawed giant, who, in his own words, left the woman I love, the Great Society, in order to fight that bitch of a war. At worst, he was the exemplar of runaway liberalism. But history has a way of restoring focus. Far from the master legislator and failed executive of popular lore, LBJ was a skilled chief executive who assembled one of the finest White House staffs in modern history and exhibited as much success in establishing and administering programs as he did in securing their passage. Regarded as a poor and bumbling country cousin when compared with his intellectually dashing predecessor, in fact, he drew more abundantly on the talent and expertise that resided in America's university campuses and think tanks. A product of the New Deal era, when the country's best minds gravitated to Washington to labor in agencies whose obscure names masked their true significance, Johnson appreciated both the power and limitations of the federal bureaucracy and taught his aides how to make it work like a finely tuned machine. A man of vast personal ambition, he deliberately drew down his political well in advance of causes that he knew to be controversial in their own time, and he encouraged his young staff to appreciate that power is only as meaningful as how and for what purpose one uses it. He felt entitled to every available lever, to help from every person, every branch of government, every business and labor leader, recalled Joe Califano, one of the brightest of the bright young men who brought LBJ's domestic agenda to life. After all, as he often reminded us, he was the only president we had. Part 1. Chapter 1. Put the ball through the hoop. Seated behind his desk in the Oval Office, Lyndon Johnson appeared pensive and subdued when, on the evening of Thursday, November 28, 1963, he delivered brief remarks to the nation. It was 6:15, and LBJ was only in the 6th full day of his presidency. Tonight, on this Thanksgiving, I come before you to ask your help, to ask your strength, to ask your prayers that God may guard this republic and guide my every labor, he began. All of us have lived through 7 days that none of us will ever forget. We are not given the divine wisdom to answer why this has been, but we are given the human duty of determining what is to be for America, for the world, for the cause we lead, for all the hopes that live in our hearts. Reading with deliberate care from a prepared text, the President acknowledged what was surely on every American's mind. A great leader is dead. A great nation must move on. Yesterday is not ours to recover, but tomorrow is ours to win or to lose. The day before, LBJ had delivered his first speech before a joint session of Congress, a solemn and widely acclaimed address in which the new president pledged to pick up the mantle from John F. Kennedy and secure passage of the New Frontier's sweeping but stalled policy agenda, including a major tax cut that Kennedy's advisers believed would stimulate the economy, aid to primary and secondary education, and hospital care for seniors. Dozens of LBJ's former colleagues from Dixie sat in stone-cold silence as Johnson affirmed to stirring applause that no memorial oration or eulogy could more eloquently honor President Kennedy's memory than the earliest possible passage of the Civil Rights Bill for which he fought so long. We have talked long enough in this country about equal rights. We have talked for 100 years or more. It is time now to write the next chapter, and to write it in the books of law. Now, on Thanksgiving, Johnson doubled down, asking his countrymen to join him in prayer for his divine wisdom in banishing from our land any injustice or intolerance or oppression to any of our fellow Americans, whatever their opinion, whatever the color of their skins. For God made all of us, not some of us, in His image. All of us, not just some of us, are His children. For most Americans, Thanksgiving week marked the start of the holiday season. For Lyndon Johnson, it signaled the beginning of an intense year-long sprint to prove that he could break the logjam, achieve the new frontier, and surpass it beyond even the wildest expectations of John Kennedy's supporters. It would be no easy lift. I think the Congress looks more powerful sitting here than it did when I was there in the Congress, Kennedy remarked roughly a year before his death. For well over 2 decades, a coalition of conservative Southern Democrats and Northern Republicans had stymied the expansion of domestic policies first established during the New Deal era. In the Senate, an institution that the journalist William White once dubbed the South's unending revenge upon the North for Gettysburg, conservatives made frequent use of the filibuster to prevent social welfare and civil rights legislation from coming to a vote, while in the House, powerful Southerners kept such measures forever bottled up in committee. Now, in a sharp rebuke to Kennedy's promise of dynamic action and national rejuvenation, the conservative coalition had all but ground the government to a halt. Not only did the House and the Senate refuse to take up key new frontier measures, they also refused to pass 8 of 12 routine appropriations bills, thus leaving whole parts of the government unfunded and operating on a continuing resolution that set spending at the previous year's levels. Congressional Quarterly deemed the state of affairs unprecedented, while Walter Lippmann, the dean of American journalism, bemoaned the scandal of drift and inefficiency that had beset Washington. This Congress has gone further than any other within memory to replace debate and decision by delay and stultification. This is one of those moments when there is reason to wonder whether the congressional system as it now operates is not a grave danger to the Republic. Yet, as Harry Truman famously asserted, the buck stopped with the president. A week before Kennedy's assassination, the columnist James Reston noted, "A vague feeling of doubt and disappointment about President Kennedy's first term. He has touched the intellect of the country, but not its heart. He has informed but not inspired the nation. He is the most popular figure, but he has been lucky in his competition. His problem is probably not how to get elected, but how to govern." Such was the state of affairs when Lyndon Johnson entered the White House. LBJ first came to Washington as a young congressional staff member in the early 1930s, before returning to Texas in 1935 to serve as state director of the National Youth Administration, NYA, a marquee New Deal jobs project. 2 years later, and against all odds, he won a special election to Congress at age 28. An ardent supporter of Franklin Roosevelt, Johnson established a more liberal voting record than most Southern Democrats with whom he served in the House. Though he consistently opposed legislation to abolish the poll tax and to make lynching a federal crime, he joined Northern Democrats in supporting expanded rights for organized labor, greater administrative oversight of business and industry, and funding for public works. Notably, he continued to do so long after most of his Southern Democratic colleagues forged an informal alliance with Northern Republicans to oppose the Roosevelt administration. On the strength of his New Deal credentials, FDR strongly backed Johnson in a special election to fill an unexpired Senate seat in 1941. LBJ most likely won the primary, in Texas, as throughout the South, the only vote that mattered, but party rivals stole it from him in a brazen display of election night ballot fraud. Though in the coming years he aligned himself more closely with his state's oil and gas interests, when he ran a second time for the Senate in 1948, Johnson was once again recognized as the liberal option. After achieving a razor-thin primary victory over the conservative former governor Coke Stevenson, this time it was likely LBJ's allies who stole the election, Johnson drifted rightward during his 2 terms in the Senate, in part out of recognition that Texas was moving strongly in that direction, and in part to curry favor with the chamber's powerful Southern chairman, most notably Richard Brevard Russell of Georgia. Johnson delivered his maiden floor speech in opposition to civil rights, turned against former New Deal allies who now stood accused of communist loyalty, and in his time as Democratic leader after 1953, cooperated closely with the Eisenhower administration. Many of the liberals in his caucus came to despise LBJ, particularly after he neutered their civil rights bill in 1957. They correctly perceived that he wanted to pass a weak bill in order to make his prospective presidential candidacy in 1960 palatable to Northern Democrats, but unobjectionable to his fellow Southerners. On the day that he assumed office, very few people knew what to make of Lyndon Johnson. Was he simply a pragmatist who, deep in his heart, remained an ardent New Dealer? Or was he a Southern conservative who would betray John Kennedy's unfinished legacy? If Johnson's belief system was a matter of wide speculation, few observers doubted his keen understanding of Congress. LBJ knew that conservative Democrats, in loose cooperation with Republicans, had willfully manufactured a bottleneck of important legislation to form a bulwark against Kennedy's Civil Rights Bill. Only when liberals capitulated and withdrew the Civil Rights Act would Southern Democrats consent to bring Kennedy's tax stimulus to a vote and fund the many government initiatives, including bridges, highways, post offices, and defense projects, that their more liberal and moderate colleagues hoped to deliver to hometown constituents. Johnson knew the playbook because, as a freshman senator, he had helped to write it. As long as conservatives could hold the government hostage, much as they had in 1949 when they successfully fought back Harry Truman's civil rights agenda, they could forestall consideration of Kennedy's New Frontier agenda, including civil rights legislation that lay dying on the Hill. It took LBJ less than a day to spring into action. In a series of phone calls before and after Thanksgiving 1963, the new president highlighted the imperative of using his political capital to clear the logjam. Then, and only then, would members of Congress feel at liberty to bring civil rights and other new frontier measures to a vote. In the meantime, however, he would keep up the pressure. On Saturday, November 30th, just over a week after assuming the presidency, LBJ asked the former Treasury Secretary Robert Anderson, a Republican and outspoken fiscal conservative, to intervene with Howard Smith, the chairman of the Rules Committee, which had broad authority to prevent legislation from proceeding to the House floor. Johnson reminded Anderson that this country is not in any condition to take that kind of stuff, and that's going to hurt our people, and it's going to hurt the conservatives. Anderson agreed to speak with Smith and to convey the president's willingness to support a seldom-used measure, a discharge petition, to bypass Smith's committee altogether and bring the legislation directly to the full House. Playing the other side just as artfully, Johnson placed a call to Dave McDonald, the president of the United Steelworkers of America, USWA, and a member in good standing of the Liberal coalition. "They've got to petition it out," the president instructed. "That means we got to get 219. We'll start at about 150 Democrats. That means we got to get 60, 70 Republicans." The president spoke with the passion of a true believer. "We've been talking about this for 100 years, and they won't give us a hearing on this thing, so we got to do something about it," and implored McDonald to fire up his union's formidable lobbying operation, not only to support the discharge petition in the House, but also to move the tax and appropriations bills through committee. Before and after the Thanksgiving holiday, Johnson repeated these conversations time and again, at once lining up support for a discharge petition in the House while affirming the need to clear the logjam of tax and spending bills before making a final push on civil rights in the Senate. Among those who understood the president's strategy was Senator George Smathers, a conservative Democrat from Florida who ultimately opposed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, but who represented a faction of the Southern Caucus that was disinclined to grind all government to a halt indefinitely over civil rights. "The sooner we can get a civil rights bill over with," he told Johnson, "get that part of it ended and out of the way, the better off the South's going to be, and the better off the North's going to be, and the better off everybody's going to be." And they wouldn't hide behind the tax bill, and hide behind a lot of other bills, just on the pretense of being against them, when the real fact is they're against the Civil Rights Bill. Without prompting, and without the knowledge that LBJ had been making a similar case to his economic advisers for several days, Smathers suggested that the president make a concerted effort to woo Harry F. Byrd, the deeply conservative chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. If Johnson were willing to indulge Byrd's obsession with fiscal discipline and bring the 1964 to 1965 federal budget under $100 billion, then the chairman might allow the tax cut to clear through his committee. "Wish you'd feel Byrd out," LBJ agreed, "and give me a pretty good, full report." Unknowingly, George Smathers would help set in motion a chain of events whose consequences would be far-reaching. The strategy that Lyndon Johnson developed in the first week of his presidency had a profound but highly calculated effect. The pressure that his supporters placed on Howard Smith, and the chairman's realization that a discharge petition, if successful, would permanently undermine his authority, persuaded the cantankerous Virginian to allow the Civil Rights Act to reach the House floor. Beginning with outreach from Smathers, LBJ simultaneously courted Harry Byrd until the patrician senator effectively agreed to swap budget cuts for a tax stimulus. With major economic legislation now cleared through Congress, the president had paved the way for passage of long-awaited civil rights legislation. Just before the Thanksgiving holiday, some of Johnson's advisers cautioned him that presidents should not spend valuable capital on hopeless causes. "Well," he purportedly replied, "what the hell's the presidency for?" LBJ ultimately brought his budget under $100 billion, pushed Kennedy's tax cut through Congress, and secured passage of the Civil Rights Act, all by late June 1964. He accomplished these measures while also declaring an unconditional war on poverty and creating the blueprint for the Great Society, the most ambitious domestic agenda since the New Deal. Though LBJ's early success owed in part to his mastery of legislative strategy, equally fundamental were efforts by advocacy groups, religious and lay alike, on behalf of civil rights and social justice legislation. Above all, Johnson benefited from a deep well of public support in the wake of Kennedy's assassination. The president's approval ratings, which fluctuated between 70% and 77% throughout the spring, owed at least as much to the country's determination to lock arms with its new leader as to LBJ's policy and political triumphs. Unlike most of his predecessors, LBJ did not enjoy the benefit of a transition period to build the team that would help him, in turn, build his vision. Instead, he had little choice but to improvise on the spot, to pull a trusted friend like Jack Valenti along with him to the White House, or entreat old hands from his House and Senate days to join him on a new and unfamiliar journey. These handicaps notwithstanding, in that first year of seemingly unrestrained activity and accomplishment, from the time of Kennedy's death to his own election to the presidency in late 1964, Johnson assembled an ad hoc staff that defied the expectations of even the most cynical Washington hands. They were a coalition government of Kennedy and Johnson men, a strange amalgam of Austin and Boston, of cool, brainy Easterners and shrewd, folksy Texans, of men who had always been fiercely loyal to him, and men who had fought and belittled him before the 1960 Los Angeles Democratic Convention, according to Charles Roberts, who covered the White House for Newsweek. It is some kind of tribute to Isaiah and the LBJ way that the transition went as smoothly as it did. "We are like a basketball team," Bill Moyers remarked during his tenure in Lyndon Johnson's White House. "To the spectator in the stands, what goes on down on the floor may look haphazard, with men moving back and forth in all directions. But each player on the court knows how to handle the ball, and what he's doing, and what the others are doing. There's no quarterback on the field to call signals. All our orders come from the coach, the president." Having cut his political teeth as a congressional aide and later as Texas State Director of the National Youth Administration, Lyndon Johnson had long appreciated the value of staff. During his 2 terms in the Senate, and especially during his 6 years as Majority Leader, he assembled what was arguably the most talented bench of speechwriters, policy experts, and legislative draftsmen in the institution's history. But in the same way that the vice presidency had deprived him of most trappings of power, during his years as John F. Kennedy's understudy, LBJ had been obliged to make do with a skeletal organization. Gone were the legions of lawyers, idea men, secretaries, and political operatives who once filled the disparate office space that Johnson commandeered across far-flung corridors of the U.S. Capitol and Senate office building. Consigned to a 3-room suite at the old Executive Office Building and another in the Capitol, Johnson's small coterie reflected his diminished standing as vice president, a position that Daniel Webster once partially declined to seek on the grounds that "I do not propose to be buried until I am dead." Now, as president, LBJ would command a White House staff numbering 250 political, policy, and clerical workers, in addition to 1,350 members of the Executive Office of the President, an administrative umbrella that included the Bureau of the Budget, the National Security Council, the Council of Economic Advisers, and the Office of Emergency Planning. In addition, there were myriad cabinet departments and their affiliate agencies whose combined workforce numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The question was not whether Johnson would command the necessary resources to perform the responsibilities of president, but whom he would tap to work by his side. A White House staff member, Pierre Salinger later observed, must be completely devoted to the man who is president. He must be willing to spend all his waking hours working for the president. He must sympathize with and support his general goals, but be willing to argue with the president on specific policy decisions. Above all, he can have only one loyalty, to the president himself. In all of these matters, there was little question that one man, above all, would serve as major domo of Johnson's White House. Walter Jenkins was not just the key staff member for at least 25 years, a senior Johnson aide once remarked, but almost integral to his life. 45 years old, Jenkins had been born into a struggling farm family in Jolly, Texas. After 2 years at Wichita Falls Junior College, he attended the University of Texas at Austin until 1939, when he could no longer afford the tuition. He managed somehow to earn an interview with Lyndon Johnson, who helped him secure a patronage position as a Capitol Police officer. From there, Jenkins joined LBJ's congressional staff, rising quickly from clerk to de facto chief of staff. George Reedy, another longtime aide, viewed Jenkins as the stabilizing force in Johnson's congressional office, where LBJ demanded loyalty. Real loyalty. I want someone who will kiss my ass in Macy's window and stand up and say, "Boy, wasn't that sweet." Years later, a fellow congressman recalled joining LBJ for a drink in his hideaway office at the Capitol. Johnson buzzed for Jenkins. The door opened and there was this guy, shirt rumpled, tie askew, face pale, standing in the door holding a yellow legal pad waiting for orders, like a slave. And Jenkins took it for over 2 decades, interrupting his association with Johnson only twice, during World War II, when he served in the Quartermaster Corps in Africa and Italy, and in 1951, when he ran unsuccessfully for a congressional seat in Texas. Over the years, LBJ came to rely on Jenkins to oversee both his political and his personal affairs, a wide-ranging assignment that required him to file the Johnson family's taxes, intercede in their thriving radio and television business, collect and disperse political contributions on behalf of Senate Democrats, and manage the offices of the Senate Majority Leader, and later Vice President. He exhibited brains, ability, and political savvy, one observer noted. He was the senior staff man, his fellow White House aides later insisted, and the only one who could truly claim total rapport with the new president. Yet in a city where most men would have reveled freely in their physical proximity to the Oval Office, Jenkins was self-effacing to a fault, a newspaper man observed, and quietly satirized as the man who works best in the dark because he flatly denies interviews. Above all, Walter Jenkins was the man who was close to the president, recalled the historian Eric Goldman, who joined LBJ's presidential staff in early 1964. The relationship was never confused. One was the boss, the other the employee. But the men and their families were like Johnson City neighbors, the one having done better in the world, but each understanding and moving easily with the other. Their daughters, Lucy Johnson and Beth Jenkins, were best friends. The very day the first family moved into the White House, Lyndon and Lady Bird dined as guests at the home of Walter and Margie Jenkins. It is difficult for a man in the presidency to find people who will say no, a Johnson White House staff member later observed. And Walter did have that capability because he was such a close confidant. James Rowe, a prominent Washington attorney who had known LBJ since the New Deal era, always felt talking to Walter was like talking to Johnson. Jenkins's authority sprang not only from his nearness to Johnson, but also from his calm and steadying demeanor. With no expression of liberal doctrine, a product of roughhouse Texas politics, Goldman observed, he simply did not think in terms of liberalism or conservatism. He had a straightforward conviction that America is different, and that this special land, with all its talent and wealth, should create opportunities for ordinary people, like those from Jolly, Texas, to have better housing and food, a chance to finish college, and higher odds on being able to enjoy the sunnier aspects of living. Jenkins had been lunching at the Congressional Hotel on November 22nd when he first heard of Kennedy's assassination. "I had a very sick feeling at the pit of my stomach," he remembered years later. Not long after returning to the vice president's suite, Jenkins received a summons from the West Wing. Requisitioning a vacant staff office, he monitored events by television until, soon enough, White House operators patched through a barrage of calls from the new president, who by years of habit began assigning him a multitude of responsibilities, large and small. "He called me once to get the wording of the oath," Jenkins recalled. "He called me once to ask me whether I had any feeling as to whether he should be immediately sworn in or not." In a city where proximity is power, Jenkins now found himself in a startling and altogether new dynamic. Kennedy aides, who an hour earlier gave little consideration to what the staff members at EOB 274 thought about anything, now turned to Jenkins to ask, "What do we do about this? You're making the decisions." "It was very hard for me," he confided to an interviewer some years after the fact. "I didn't want the responsibility." Johnson informed him that Air Force One was carrying a large contingent back to Washington and requested that Marine helicopters be on hand at Andrews Air Force Base to convey the passengers to the White House. Walter Jenkins, putatively the chief counselor to the President of the United States, had no idea whom to call. "I didn't know anything about how you accomplish those things," he admitted. Just weeks later, he sat in his big office in the West Wing, Goldman remembered, suit baggy, his middle collecting fat, his dark hair graying and his face turning the more florid the wearier he became, endlessly doing a sweeping variety of tasks. While the self-effacing Jenkins would serve as LBJ's untitled chief of staff, he was not an idea or program initiator in the sense that Clark Clifford, Sherman Adams, and Ted Sorensen were, explained Carol Kilpatrick, the Washington Post's chief White House correspondent. For those needs, the president turned instinctively to Horace Busby, a former member of his House and Senate staff, who remained his in-house intellectual and speechwriter even after departing his direct employ. Buzz, as friends affectionately called him, was the son of a Church of Christ preacher in Fort Worth. Freckled and wavy-haired in his youth, and seeming every inch the all-American boy, he enrolled at the University of Texas, where he became editor of the student newspaper. When the oil barons who controlled the university's board of trustees fired President Homer P. Rainey, a strong-minded reformer and champion of academic freedom, he turned out a chain of scorching editorials that earned him an exaggerated but enduring reputation for radicalism. In fact, since the age of 8, when he sat rapturously in front of his parents' wireless to hear FDR accept the Democratic Party's presidential nomination, Busby had identified as a staunch but conventional New Dealer. "I'm going to Washington. I'm going to live in Washington and see presidents someday," he informed his parents. I meant to be a correspondent eventually when I understood about newspapers." While his classmates followed baseball box scores and movie stars, Buzz flipped the pages of Time and Life and avidly read syndicated political columns chronicling affairs of state in the heady days of the New Deal. You had Washington at one level, and you had the European situation, the war coming on at another, he remembered. "I was just juiced up above my eyebrows on this stuff before I was a junior in high school." Busby was employed as a State House reporter in Austin for the International News Service when, in 1948, Johnson plucked the young man, then just 25 years old, for his congressional office. At first, Buzz resisted Johnson's overtures. The staff job would occasion a sharp pay cut and, more important, would obligate him to subordinate his intellectual autonomy to the famously high-handed congressman. There was no way in the world I was going to work for Lyndon Johnson, he thought to himself. But as Busby and others would learn, when Lyndon Johnson set his hooks in, there was no escape. At LBJ's prodding, Lieutenant Governor Allen Shivers implored him to accept the job. "You'll learn more from Lyndon in a year than you'd learn from all of us around here in 10 years, he insisted. Buzz acquiesced, but did not intend to linger long. At the very least, he could realize his boyhood ambition to work and live in Washington, and perhaps even attend the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia. After a year on staff, he might pole vault his way to a reporting job with one of the New York dailies. But life took another course. LBJ and Busby developed an almost instant affinity. A political animal himself, Johnson admired Buzz for his encyclopedic knowledge of Washington in the 1930s. "I knew those kinds of nuances. I knew the slogans. I knew the minor characters on the New Deal stage here," Busby reflected. "These things that I knew from my unusual and freakish close study of the period, this was the stuff of Lyndon Johnson's life. Well, this was rapport. Here was somebody he could communicate with. Here was this little fellow from the corner in his office that he could sit with, and he could just relive all this. Whether I was in his office, or I was in a car with him, or I was on a trip with him, it was that. He wasn't just talking to me about history. He was talking about what we had to do in this country. That's what he talked with me specifically about the night that I first met him." In Johnson's House and Senate offices, Busby served as a minister without portfolio. His principal mandate was to generate ideas. The most successful politicians, LBJ told Busby, have some little fellow in their office who sits back in a corner. He doesn't have to have any personality, doesn't have to know how to dress. Usually they don't have their tie tied right, a button off their shirt. Typical Johnson, running on at this. Nicotine stains on their fingers, no coat, all like that. But they sit back in the corner. They don't meet any of the people that come in the office. They read and they think, and they come up with new ideas, and they make the fellow smart. I've never had one of those, and I want one." Off and on for the better part of 2 decades, Buzz would play that role for Johnson. A White House reporter noted that their long association was marked by several angry separations and friendly reconciliations, because Buzz consistently demonstrated less alacrity than his colleagues in surrendering to LBJ's unmannerly treatment. After parting from LBJ's staff in 1951, Buzz returned to Austin and founded the Texas Businessman, a subscription newsletter whose tone and tenor increasingly sounded more in harmony with the state's right-wing professional class than with the New Dealers he lionized as a child. He soon aligned himself with the conservative faction of the state Democratic Party, led by Shivers, who acceded to the governorship in 1949, and Price Daniel, the state's other U.S. Senator. Though both men were engaged in a bitter power struggle with moderate and liberal Democrats, led by Lyndon Johnson, Busby's relationship with his one-time mentor did not appear to suffer for it. Buzz returned briefly to LBJ's employ in 1957 to assist in the Senate's Sputnik investigation, and author the Space Act, and later served as an unpaid aide during Johnson's unsuccessful presidential campaign in 1960. In between, he moved his family back to Washington, founded a successful consultancy, the American International Business Research Corporation, and rechristened his increasingly profitable newsletter, The American Businessman. He also accompanied Johnson, who was now vice president, on a series of overseas trips. Within official political circles, Busby fast acquired the reputation of having become a stand-patter, explained Goldman. His newsletters had a businessman's ring and occasionally talked of liberals with asperity, and on the topic of John Kennedy's new frontier, he was especially cutting. Kennedy's thinkers, despite academic credentials, haven't innovated, he grumbled, in a typical display of pragmatic derision for intellectuals who opined about, but could not achieve, lasting reform. They are tinkerers, mechanics. Thus far, they've wrought very little of moment. But his was not a simple case of political apostasy. Busby remained open and freewheeling. His conversation roamed left and right. His humaneness was undiminished. In his capacity as a private advisor to the vice president, in 1963, he urged LBJ to accept an invitation to speak at Gettysburg National Cemetery on Memorial Day. Later that year, Americans would commemorate the centenary of Abraham Lincoln's dedication speech. And now, over a long poolside conversation at the Elms, Buzz took a mental recording of Johnson's spontaneous and heartfelt sentiment about the meaning of that occasion. He returned home and typed out a short address that he believed captured the spirit of their discussion, and thought nothing more about it until the Washington Post ran the text in its entirety on the front page. 100 years ago, the slave was freed, Johnson intoned. 100 years later, the Negro remains in bondage to the color of his skin. The Negro today asks justice. We do not answer him. We do not answer those who lie beneath this soil, when we reply to the Negro by asking patience. In a speech that excoriated the stall tactics that Johnson's Senate colleagues had deployed to block civil rights legislation, the vice president insisted that our nation found its soul in honor on these fields of Gettysburg 100 years ago. We must not lose that soul in dishonor now on the fields of hate. Though some observers worried that Busby would pull Lyndon Johnson to the political right, on balance he would exert a strong and decidedly liberal, if not always crusading, influence on the new president. Within a matter of weeks, Buzz, whom one colleague assessed as one hell of a nice guy, a genial man, just turned 40, stocky, soft-mannered, and rarely without a good-humored word for everyone, sold his interest in the American International Business Research Corporation, and for the second time in his life took a steep cut in salary to work for Lyndon Johnson. Installing himself first in a palatial suite of rooms in the East Wing, and later in a small office just 3 doors from the Oval, he gradually assumed the responsibilities of senior speechwriter and cabinet secretary, the chief liaison between the White House and the various executive agencies that would administer LBJ's Great Society programs. Rounding out LBJ's new Texas Mafia was Bill Don Moyers, who rushed to Johnson's side on November 22nd and swiftly became the president's indispensable man. He was, according to the new president, about the most unusual 29-year-old I ever saw. The son of a struggling truck driver and candy salesman, Moyers grew up in Marshall, Texas, where he excelled in high school and subsequently matriculated at North Texas State College in Denton. After his sophomore year, Bill, an ambitious, earnest sort who had been voted both class president and most outstanding boy on campus, wrote an ingratiating letter to the state's senior senator, Lyndon Johnson, seeking summer employment. He was deliberating on his major, he explained, and a tour in Washington might help him decide between government, journalism, and education. After checking his credentials with a local newspaper editor, LBJ offered the young man a temporary position in his Washington office. In a matter of weeks, Moyers graduated from addressing form letters by the thousand with a rickety foot pedal machine to managing LBJ's personal correspondence. Impressed by his drive and acuity, Johnson helped him secure a transfer to the state's flagship public university at Austin and offered him a part-time job at the Johnson family's television affiliate, KTBC, where he ultimately worked 50-hour weeks reporting news and traffic. The job not only secured his relationship with Johnson and paid his tuition, it also enabled him to marry his college sweetheart. After graduating from UT, Moyers won a Rotary International Fellowship to the University of Edinburgh. There, his wife, Judy, taught school in a nearby coal town, while Bill studied the interplay between church and state in Western civilization and developed a keen passion for Greek literature. His White House colleagues later fell squarely into two camps, those who smiled in knowing approval and those who privately rolled their eyes when, as he was wont to do, he described the president's health policy advisor as exhibiting honor that would have led Diogenes to extinguish his lamp. Returning to Texas, Moyers spent a year at Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary, became an ordained minister, and considered accepting a faculty position at Baylor University. But there was something about being called Reverend that I couldn't endure, and my wife couldn't either, he explained. Bill joined LBJ's presidential campaign, and, despite his youth and inexperience, emerged as a trusted aide and able tactician. John Connolly is a really tough man, another aide observed of LBJ's longtime staff assistant and the future Texas governor, but he couldn't organize him. But that Moyers, who was just a kid, could organize him. He could get him to do things he should do when none of the rest of us could. I suppose it was Moyers' gentle patience that did it. He remained on staff through the fall campaign and carefully cultivated relationships with key advisors to the Kennedy family. Though Johnson asked him to join his vice presidential office, Moyers had something different in mind. Possessed of an evangelical reform spirit, but also attuned to where real power would lie in the new administration, he secured an introduction to Sergeant Shriver, a Kennedy brother-in-law who had been designated to lead the Peace Corps, the New Frontiers signature initiative, and eventually rose to become the agency's Director of Public Affairs. Through his close association with Shriver and his deliberate cultivation of younger low-level and mid-level Kennedy aides, Moyers, more than anyone else on LBJ's White House staff, could credibly claim to be both an authentic Johnson man and an authentic New Frontiersman, as Tom Wicker of the New York Times argued. He was a useful linchpin, holding Kennedy and Johnson men together. Charles Roberts sized up Moyers as a slight, bespectacled, scholarly-looking 160-pound six-footer who looked more like Clark Kent than Superman. But he was formidable. From his perch at the Peace Corps, and in imitation of his mentor LBJ, observed Goldman, he began building an empire. He started binding to himself, by camaraderie, by favors given and favors hinted, by a general air of pushing ahead together, a number of younger men throughout the federal government. Given his religious piety and association with the Peace Corps, he soon gained recognition, deserved or not, as the social conscience of LBJ's White House. For a time, the new president encouraged this notion. Not long before he delivered the speech that heralded his Great Society program, Johnson instructed Moyers to get your Bible and get us some good quotations on equality, and we're all of God's children. You mark yourself a lot of good quotations on it, and then get a central theme and a good lead. Jack Valenti later ventured that the robe tended to lull people into a false sense of security. I mean, give them the idea that this was a nice young man. But Bill was a technician in the use of power. Well known and equally well regarded within staff circles, Moyer settled easily into his new presidential staff role, even before he formally left the Peace Corps. 2 days after Kennedy's assassination, Johnson spoke by phone with the civil rights leader Whitney Young, who explained that he and Roy Wilkins, the executive director of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, had not managed to secure tickets to the funeral. The president used Moyers as a back channel to Shriver, who promptly made arrangements. "All right," Johnson told Young. "Now, if you don't receive the tickets, you call Bill Moyer through the White House switchboard." "Bill Moyer?" Young asked in confirmation. "Yeah, Moyer. He's my assistant," Johnson responded. "Yes, I know him." It took little time before everyone knew Bill D. Moyers. As molder of the president's legislative program, the man to whom task forces, cabinet officers, and speechwriters submitted their ideas, he is more nearly the architect of the Great Society than any other man save the president himself, Roberts informed readers in early 1965. He is involved in more policy decisions in more areas of government than any other presidential aide. He is the primus inter pares, first among equals. He is, according to one LBJ friend, the president's good angel, representing his conscience when there's a conflict between conscience and expediency. Exhibiting the same calculated earnestness that drove his critics to distraction, Moyers insisted that he was not an exciting, interesting, mysterious person behind the scenes. "I'm just here helping a friend, and when that ends, I'll drift away and never be heard of again." When Horace Busby first left LBJ's employ in 1951, the man whom he recommended as his replacement was George Reedy, an erudite newspaper man who graduated from the University of Chicago and served as an intelligence officer in the Pacific during World War II, before moving to Washington to cover Congress for UPI. 6 feet 2 inches tall, the loose body barely concealed in sagging suits, ponderous in walk and speech, Reedy had a swift, powerful mind, a delight in books and talking about them, recalled Goldman. He had an instinct for philosophical quandaries and a quiet, subtle religious faith. During Johnson's tenure as Majority Leader, Reedy served as Policy Director, Press Secretary, and Liberal alter ego. He was a shrewd counselor, and his outsized personality matched his expansive frame. "George lived a life that only a political junkie could live," Harry McPherson recalled. He would arrive at the office late in the morning, hours after most staff members had begun work. By routine, around 6:30 p.m., he made his way to an Italian restaurant near Eastern Market, where, in the company of reporters and labor leaders, he would inhale an enormous number of martinis, before returning to the office at 11:30 p.m. to turn out another policy or political memorandum for LBJ. Jim Rowe would later maintain that George was a mirror of Johnson's thinking. "I had trouble deciding which was which. George had been around him so much he knew exactly how he thought, and knew how he would react." Yet, as was so often the case in his interaction with staff members, LBJ's relationship with Reedy was rife with contradiction. Johnson regarded Reedy as a genuine intellectual and political asset, but he could also prove unfailingly cruel. A prodigious drinker, smoker, and eater, Reedy fluctuated in weight from as little as 200 pounds to almost 300 pounds, and suffered from chronic hammer toes and hypertension. I remember one time standing with Johnson on the Senate floor, and George came heavily, almost like Willie Loman, down the halls and off to the chamber, McPherson told an interviewer. Perspiration coming down his face white, painfully coming across the floor, Johnson was saying, "Look at George moving his fat ass across the floor." I mean, it was said with real contempt for this guy, who was just busting his tail in every way for Lyndon Johnson, and who adored him, who thought he was the greatest of all men. Such abuse was typical of LBJ, who routinely showered invective on his most loyal retainers, even those, like Reedy, for whom he felt genuine affection. When Reedy's obesity began to pose a real health threat in 1964, the president phoned George's physician, arranged for hospitalization and a weight loss regimen, and offered to cover the bills. On another occasion, LBJ administered a terrific tongue lashing to Reedy, but subsequently bought him a car, not at all out of character for Johnson, who lavished expensive gifts on his staff members. Reedy, who had gray hair en brosse and puffs at a pipe, while lecturing his audience on all manner of topics, impressed one veteran reporter as a large, rumpled man whose ponderous approach sometimes obscures a well-stocked and active mind. There was a limit to LBJ's patience for his longtime aide. He sometimes preferred reading his memorandums to speaking with him in person. But there was little doubting LBJ's trust in his intellect and instinct. You ask him what that tree is over there, and he'll tell you who first brought it to this country, and talk half an hour before he tells you what you wanted to know in the first place, the president complained. But he knows what he's talking about. On the afternoon of Kennedy's assassination, Reedy had been working out of his office on the Senate side of the U.S. Capitol, where vice presidents traditionally based their small staffs. He first learned of the news when Busby telephoned him. Jenkins called him later in the afternoon and asked that he come directly to the White House. Though he was one of the president's longest-serving aides, Reedy shared his colleague's hesitation to overstep his place. Both Walter and I took the position that we didn't want to be issuing orders or making determinations at that particular point, he later explained. All we really knew, and our information was extremely sketchy, was what was on the ticker. On the helicopter to Andrews Air Force Base, Reedy sat beside Ted Sorensen, one of JFK's most trusted advisors, with whom he had been acquainted since their days as Senate staff members. He escorted the new president back to the Executive Office building, where, the next morning, he reported directly for work. Weeks later, he installed himself in the White House. For the time being, he would serve as a general utility player, hammering out policy and political memorandums and turning his years of service to good use in helping Johnson channel his inner liberal. From the start, Johnson was determined to keep Kennedy's core White House aides in place. He understood that his Texans were untried and untested, and that his early success was contingent on the appearance of continuity with JFK's new frontier, a sentiment that he expressed in the most memorable line of his address to Congress on November 27. Let us continue. In his first moments as president aboard Air Force One, as it sat on the runway at Love Field, Johnson huddled with Kenneth O'Donnell and Larry O'Brien, two of Kennedy's closest and most trusted aides, and pleaded with them to remain at their posts. "I need your help," he implored. "I need it badly. There is no one for me to turn to with as much experience as you have. I need you now more than President Kennedy needed you." It had been less than 2 hours since JFK died, and both men were still profoundly in shock. "We can talk about all that later, or some other time," O'Brien muttered. O'Donnell was equally non-committal by his own account. Among Kennedy's senior staff, O'Brien, who directed congressional outreach for the White House, was first to commit to the new president. The son of an Irish tavern keeper in Springfield, Massachusetts, O'Brien was a skilled and widely respected political operative who became acquainted with the Kennedys in 1952, when he agreed to work on Jack's first Senate race. He was a key architect of JFK's blowout re-election campaign in 1958 and engineered pivotal victories in the Wisconsin and West Virginia primaries in 1960. After directing political activities in the general election campaign, O'Brien staked his claim on the White House office of legislative liaison, only to learn that Jack and Bobby Kennedy felt it was a poor fit for someone with negligible experience on Capitol Hill. When he threatened to pack his bags and return to Springfield, the Kennedys relented, in part because they did not want to anger O'Brien's many supporters among the party's leadership ranks, but also because they envisioned little movement on domestic legislation in JFK's first term, and regarded the legislative function as less important. Because O'Brien was a long-standing member of Kennedy's Irish Mafia, a triad of senior advisors that also included O'Donnell and David Powers, LBJ might have assumed that he was loath to remain at his post. Certainly, he pulled out all the stops in his courtship. In early December, he invited O'Brien and his wife to a private dinner at the Elms and plied them with gifts, including a bottle of perfume for Elva O'Brien and a sports shirt emblazed with the initials LBJ for Larry. Such gestures first left him uncomfortable, though by Christmas, when Johnson gave him an engraved wristwatch, O'Brien came to appreciate the president's solicitousness. Unlike the Kennedys, the Johnson family routinely invited aides to the White House residence for cocktails or dinner. He would be interested in your wife, and that she was included. Elva got to really love Lady Bird, and she was very much involved, which was not the case with Jackie. The situation was considerably different. Johnson was a careful student of other people and quickly sized up his opportunity. Unlike many of his colleagues in the Kennedy White House, O'Brien was not a scion of Harvard or Yale, or a veteran combat officer, but a working-class graduate of Western New England University, who had been drafted into the Army as an enlisted man and, because of poor eyesight, never saw combat. He regarded himself as a trusted political associate of the Kennedys, but not a social friend. Conscious that he lacked the Harvard style, he soon developed a more natural rapport with LBJ, who ran an elevator and then worked in a congressional office. LBJ encouraged him to make this connection. I had gone to night law school. I was not part of the Eastern establishment. I had worked for a congressman as a young guy. I had struggled in the boondocks of politics, in the nuts and bolts of politics. I had worked arduously, and I had made a contribution to the legislative program, and it was high time that the record recognized me by title. That was really his whole pitch, and I think he really felt that way, that he and I did have a lot in common, and we did. He wasn't the son of immigrant parents, but his years as a youth, and the economic struggle and all, was very much more comparable to mine. Like Johnson, he regarded himself as very much a New Dealer in spirit. I could equate with Lyndon Johnson's view of social problems, because as a kid, my family and relatives and friends had many of the same experiences that Johnson's associates had when he was a young fellow. And we shared a strong, strong feeling about the Roosevelt era and what it meant. I think it had political connotations because it made us even prouder to be Democrats. From the earliest days of his presidency, Johnson relied on the informal counsel of three friends whom he had known since the New Deal era: Jim Rowe and Clark Clifford. the architects of Harry Truman's improbable come-from-behind electoral strategy in 1948, and Abe Fortas, a title partner in the powerful law firm of Arnold, Fortas, and Porter. Rowe was a native of Butte, Montana, who moved east at the age of 18 to attend Harvard University. After remaining in Cambridge to earn his law degree, in 1934 he relocated to Washington, D.C., where he served as clerk to Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., who, like many other retired Supreme Court justices, still maintained chambers. After Holmes's death, Rowe cycled between high-level posts at a number of New Deal agencies, including the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, the Public Works Administration, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Labor Department, where he helped launch Aid for Dependent Children, later renamed Aid to Families with Dependent Children. By the late 1930s, he was assigned to the White House, where he served as Franklin Roosevelt's chief administrative assistant, a role in which he enjoyed considerable influence. It was roughly around this time that the freshman Congressman Lyndon Johnson befriended him. LBJ relied on Rowe and his wife Elizabeth for introductions to the city's leading New Deal staff members. The Johnsons soon enjoyed regular invitations to dinner parties at the Rose home, where Lyndon would suck the air out of the room and engage the other guests in long, often amusing, monologues, until eventually people would drift off and start having their own conversations. When he saw he had lost his audience, he would just go to sleep. Just sit there at the table and go to sleep. The friendship was genuine, though each man benefited from his association with the other. When LBJ ran unsuccessfully for an unexpired Senate seat in 1941, Rowe, at FDR's direction, aggressively funneled federal projects through Texas to benefit the young New Deal congressman. When the Navy rejected Rowe in 1943 because of his poor eyesight, Johnson intervened to secure him a commission. As Deputy Attorney General, advisor to the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, campaign manager for Adlai Stevenson in 1952, and a partner in one of Washington's most prestigious law firms, Rowe built a distinguished career in parallel to Johnson. He was one of very few individuals whom Johnson regarded as an equal. Though LBJ being LBJ, there was always a caveat. After suffering a near-fatal heart attack in 1955, he beseeched Rowe to take leave from his practice and join his Senate office. "I can't afford it," Rowe repeatedly demurred. "I'll lose clients." His real concern was that he would suffer the same abuse that Lyndon imposed on all of his beleaguered staff members. But Johnson was relentless. "People I knew were coming up to me on the street," Rowe later remembered, and saying, "Why aren't you helping Lyndon? Don't you know how sick he is? How can you let him down when he needs you?" LBJ managed to enlist Rowe's law partner, Tom the Cork Corcoran, the legendary New Deal wunderkind and Washington, D.C. fixer. "You can't just do this to Lyndon Johnson," Corcoran implored. "Never mind the clients, I'll hold down the law firm." He even conscripted Elizabeth Rowe, who asked her husband, "Why are you doing this to poor Lyndon?" Rowe took a leave of absence and, as he suspected, endured daily abuse from his temporary boss, the Senate Majority Leader. After a single session of Congress, he returned to his law practice. In 1960, Rowe managed LBJ's unsuccessful bid for the Democratic presidential nomination. The two friends feuded bitterly over the campaign's direction, culminating in a vituperative exchange of accusations and insults. After that episode, they more or less drifted apart, as Rowe later recalled. He would occasionally brush shoulders with LBJ, and could not help but note the shabby way in which Robert Kennedy and other new frontiersmen treated the vice president, But until November 1963, he kept a distance. 3 days after taking the oath of office at Love Field, Johnson personally reached out to his one-time friend and, in a rare display of contrition, apologized for his role in breaching their friendship. It was an emotional conversation for both men. "My God, Mr. President, it wasn't your fault," Rowe said, with tears in his eyes. "Yes, it was," Johnson replied. "Don't argue with me. Just be content to be the first man to whom the 36th President of the United States has offered his apologies." Rowe later concluded that Johnson was touching all his old bases as soon as he became president. He was seeing all his old friends that he had known from the beginning of the New Deal. Not so much he wanted their help, which he did want, but it's almost like a superstition, coming back and touching all these things. Johnson offered Rowe various government appointments, including the post of budget director, a job that the president knew his friend had very much wanted 10 years earlier had Adlai Stevenson won the presidency. But Rowe was content to remain a close advisor of, but not in, the White House. Clark Clifford was a young attorney and Navy reservist when, in the spring of 1945, a local acquaintance from his hometown in St. Louis, Commander James Vardaman, arranged his appointment as a military aide to fellow Missourian Harry Truman, who acceded to the presidency after FDR's death in April. Tall, wavy-haired, and endowed with strong, chiseled features, Clifford looked the part. Despite his political inexperience, by 1946 he earned appointment as special counsel to the president, a senior role recently occupied by Roosevelt's indispensable legislative draftsman and political advisor, Sam Rosenman. In November 1947, Clifford and Rowe presented Truman with a 47-page memorandum that laid out the elaborate strategy behind his improbable victory the following year, a coup for which they remained famous almost 2 decades later. When Jim Rowe served as the top staff man to FDR, Johnson enjoyed essentially unfettered access to the Oval Office. He enjoyed no such pre-existing relationship with this curly-haired fellow Clifford, who doesn't want the president to be around Southerners and political types, LBJ groused to Horace Busby in 1948. In fact, Truman had initially been friendly enough to Johnson, inviting him several times to sail on the presidential yacht and to meet with him at the White House. But after 1947, when Johnson joined other Southern conservatives in voting to override the president's veto of the Taft-Hartley Act, a law that sharply curtailed the right of workers to join unions and bargain collectively, the president locked LBJ out. In the years after he left government service and launched a successful law practice in Washington, D.C., Clifford would encounter LBJ every few months, usually on the cocktail circuit, though he was a friend who was available to him as a consultant and as an advisor, and sometimes offered his assistance to the Senate Majority Leader or Vice President. But their relationship, if cordial, was not a real close one. That dynamic changed in November 1963. The day after JFK's assassination, Johnson summoned Clifford to the Elms, where the two men conferred from early afternoon until late evening, interrupted or joined by a flurry of aides and advisors who cycled through the temporary presidential residence. From then on, the relationship really achieved an entirely different image and purpose and function, Clifford later recalled. He had this mean job, and I had served as a presidential advisor for some 4 or 5 years before. He functioned thereafter as one of LBJ's wise men, an informal outside advisor until 1968, when he agreed to join the cabinet. Abe Fortas and Lyndon Johnson first made each other's acquaintance in 1938. Fortas, a Yale Law School graduate who came to Washington at the invitation of his mentor, the SEC chairman and future Justice William O. Douglas, and LBJ, who was then serving his first term in Congress, belonged to a tight social network of upcoming New Dealers, who shared a common ambition and liberal affinity. The group included LBJ and his wife, Lady Bird, Roe, who was then serving as FDR's executive assistant, Clifford and Virginia Durr, who would later earn a place in history as friends and advocates of the civil rights pioneer Rosa Parks, and Justice Hugo Black and his wife Josephine. The bonds that they forged over cocktail parties at the Johnsons' small apartment on Connecticut Avenue, or back garden cookouts at the Black family's more stately home on Seminary Hill, would, with some strains and exceptions, last a lifetime. After serving in a string of powerful New Deal posts, Fortas entered into private practice and swiftly emerged as one of Washington's highest-paid attorneys. By happy coincidence, he was on business in Dallas in late 1948, precisely when LBJ needed help in a last-ditch effort to overturn a federal court ruling that would have removed his name from the general election ballot, pending resolution of a hotly contested U.S. Senate primary. Fortas devised a complicated, risky, and ultimately successful strategy that involved deliberately losing an appeal at the circuit court level in order to kick the case to Hugo Black, who enjoyed jurisdiction over the Fifth Circuit. The rest was history. Even as he built a lucrative practice representing clients in the private sector, Fortas remained a committed advocate of liberal reform. He and his law partners, Thurman Arnold and Paul Porter, were among a handful of prominent attorneys who represented government employees before anti-communist loyalty boards in the late 1940s. Everybody, I assume, now knows that in the 30s and part of the 40s, thousands of fine, thoroughly non-communist people contributed to Spanish relief organizations, attended anti-fascist meetings, participated in rallies against Hitler, joined in organizations to promote friendship with the Soviet Union when it was our wartime ally, he explained. Now, such past activities threaten to derail the careers of longtime civil servants and even result in criminal trials or public shaming before House and Senate committees. Fortas and his partners handled most such cases at cost. Their defense of Owen Lattimore, a leading Near East expert whom Joseph McCarthy publicly accused of spying for Russia, racked up $2.5 million in shadow billings. We, of course, take his and all other cases for nothing, and, if necessary, put up expenses, he told a reporter. They did so, he later explained, because we were liberals. We were New Dealers. If they lost corporate business because of their full-throated defense of McCarthy's victims, it was an outcome that the partners were willing to tolerate. There are some things you have to do in order to live with yourself, he told a reporter. Most famously, in 1963, Fortas provided pro bono representation for Clarence Gideon, a Florida man who had been convicted of a pool hall burglary 2 years earlier. Appearing before the U.S. Supreme Court, at whose request he agreed to serve as counsel, Fortas argued that the state of Florida had denied Gideon, who had been too poor to afford a lawyer at his original trial, due process rights. The resulting opinion in Gideon v. Wainwright established the fundamental right to counsel. Fortas never actually spoke with his client. "Why the hell would I want to meet a son of a bitch like that?" he told one of his cousins. "He's no good." He was motivated solely by the opportunity to establish a key civil liberty. That the court had invited his participation was itself a justification for taking the case. It was like a presidential invitation to dine. Few are turned down. 8 months later, he would receive, just such an invitation when his old friend Lyndon Johnson moved into the White House. Over the years, Fortas had served LBJ informally as a legal and political advisor. That relationship intensified after Johnson became president. Days after Kennedy's assassination, Fortas found himself in LBJ's bedroom at the Elms until 2:30 a.m., helping to finish the draft of Johnson's speech before Congress. Johnson repeatedly pressed him to accept a staff position in the White House. After Robert Kennedy left the cabinet, the president urged him to serve as Attorney General. Fortas, who enjoyed his growing law practice and the comfortable lifestyle it afforded him, resisted at every turn. "I am desperately trying to avoid a government post," he told a friend. But even in private practice, his time and talent inevitably shifted to matters of state and politics. Another lawyer in his firm recalled that by early 1964, Fortas seemed to spend more time in the Oval Office with the president than attending to business. No sooner would he return to his desk and begin leafing through a mounting pile of draft briefs and phone messages than the president would call, and that was the end of it. When Paul Porter told LBJ that Fortas simply did not have enough hours in the day to practice law and serve as an on-call counselor to the president, Johnson replied tartly that he could get up a little earlier in the morning. Days after Kennedy's assassination, LBJ telephoned Larry O'Brien, unaware that Kenny O'Donnell was also in his office. "Needless to tell you, I'm most anxious for you to continue just like you have been, because I need you a lot more than he did," LBJ opened. O'Brien let out an audible sigh. "Mr. President," he began, Ken is here with me. Do you have any immediate problem?" A close intimate of the Kennedy family, O'Donnell had roomed with Bobby at Harvard, and after service in the U.S. Army Air Force during World War II, worked as campaign scheduler and political fixer on both of Jack's Senate races, as well as the 1960 presidential campaign. Possessed of sinewy features, a tightly wound demeanor, and a grim, cryptic wit, O'Donnell was a tough and formidable operator. As White House Appointments Secretary, he exerted wide-ranging influence on the administration's agenda by controlling access to the Oval Office. "I found him to be one of the most candid and direct men I had ever met," noted Pierre Salinger, the White House press secretary. "He would never use 5 words if one would do, and that word was very often a flat no." For days after the funeral, overcome by grief, he simply stopped coming to the office until Johnson, acting out of both personal concern and genuine need, instructed Jenkins to track him down. He was bleary-eyed and unshaven when Jenkins finally saw him. At first demurring, he ultimately pledged, "If I can, I'll be here Monday morning. I'll be ready to work, and I'll do everything I can. If I find I can't, I'll tell you so, and know you'll understand." As Jenkins later recounted, O'Donnell resurfaced on Monday morning and went to work, shaven and ready to go, and did, I think, a good job. LBJ was equally determined to keep Salinger on staff. A rotund and expressive former investigative reporter, Salinger had transformed Kennedy into America's first television president. First as director of press relations on the 1960 campaign, and later in his role as White House press secretary. Johnson, who lacked JFK's native appeal with reporters, would need his skill set. In his first weeks with the new president, Salinger exhibited a strong determination to fit in, but in so doing, he unwittingly made his own life a living hell. As Arthur Schlesinger acidly observed in his private diary, "There is nothing more dangerous, so far as I can see, than being accepted by Johnson as one of his own. LBJ proved meticulously polite to Kennedy staffers. But when he starts regarding them as Johnson men, their day is over. He begins to treat them like Johnson men, which means like servants. Of all the Kennedy people, Salinger seemed to make the transition most easily, which meant that LBJ began shouting at him, ordering him around, and humiliating him, just as if he were Jenkins or Valenti. Like many other liberal intellectuals, Schlesinger, a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian who took leave from Harvard to join the White House staff, had long held Johnson in disdain. But he was not entirely wrong. After a smooth several weeks in which the president and his press secretary seemed to become fast friends, LBJ began tormenting Salinger in ways large and small, compelling him at one point to don a cowboy suit that was anything but flattering to his heavy frame. For all his striped shirts and big cigars, Salinger is a literate and subtle man, and not disposed toward cornball humor and a folksy approach, a reporter noted. When I saw Lyndon having fun with Salinger and putting 10-gallon hats on him and so on, I just had a feeling Salinger wasn't going to wear that hat very long. He stuck by Johnson through early spring before departing the White House to run for the U.S. Senate in California. Unsurprisingly, Schlesinger, whose East Wing office location spoke to his subordinate standing in the Kennedy administration, had little interest in staying on. He declared war, I guess, the day that John F. Kennedy went into the ground, a fellow Kennedy aide said. Schlesinger privately mourned that it was almost unbearable to watch that graceful, witty, incandescent personality replaced by the boorish image of Lyndon Johnson. By late January, he had resigned his position. Gone, too, was Ted Sorensen. Johnson lobbied hard to retain Kennedy's longtime ghostwriter and most trusted of aides, out of both genuine respect for his talents and a pragmatic desire to maintain continuity with the new frontier. In the days immediately following JFK's assassination, the new president demonstrated extraordinary patience with Sorensen, who, when asked to draft LBJ's first address to Congress, included the line, "I who cannot fill his shoes must occupy his desk." Most of the speech, though not that sentence, survived, but Sorensen deeply resented edits by Valenti, Abe Fortas, and Hubert Humphrey that ultimately worked their way into the text. Riding in the presidential limousine to the Capitol, Johnson gently tried to soothe his bruised ego. "You've got 80% of your stuff in there," he insisted. Days later, Katharine Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post, advised LBJ to show Sorensen a little love. He was marvelous, she insisted, but also very hurt. I encountered him, and I know the mood he was in, and I don't forgive him for it. But we all have to just imagine how he feels, in that he is a man who, instead of crying, did this really naughty trick of being cantankerous and hurt. Despite Johnson's genuine efforts, Sorensen's heart was no longer in it. In late February, he submitted his formal resignation, which LBJ reluctantly accepted. Hardened observers of national politics were genuinely surprised that the mingling of Boston Brahmins and Texas Longhorns proved as harmonious as it did. Joseph Alsop, a syndicated columnist who enjoyed wide influence, was impressed by the continuity of the Johnson White House with the Kennedy White House, calling it one of those very rare political events that are distinguished from the common run by the credible roles played by everyone concerned. Shabbiness and pettiness are generally to be found somewhere in every political process, but for once they have been absent. The Texas Mafia, Jenkins, Moyers, Valenti, and Reedy, miraculously but quite pointedly refrained from throwing their weight around, while the Kennedy partisans have seen that they had a duty left to perform, not least to the lost president. In later years, the mounting feud between LBJ and Robert Kennedy would feed the perception that Johnson and Kennedy's staff members were locked in unremitting struggle. The assumption was patently incorrect. Bill Moyers, who likened the White House staff to a basketball team, and whose colleagues in future years would accuse him of hogging the ball, fairly summed up the role as such. We all have one common goal: to put the ball through the hoop. Chapter 2. Participation in Prosperity. Walter Heller, the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers, would later recall the prevailing sense of unease and apprehension after SAM 86972 abandoned its original course for Tokyo and landed in Honolulu on the afternoon of November 22nd. Military officials posted armed soldiers with fixed bayonets around the plane's perimeter and instructed the cabinet members to remain inside the aircraft while it refueled. After receiving a briefing from the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Forces, the officials took flight for Washington. Heller huddled in the back of the cabin with the Cabinet Secretaries Orville Freeman, Agriculture, Luther Hodges, Commerce, Stuart Udall, Interior, and William Wirtz, Labor. The five of us had a long seminar, so to speak, on Lyndon Johnson, Heller would relate, everybody tossing in his impressions. We went back to the events of 1960, going back to the relationships they had had one way or another over the years. What kind of man was this, and so forth. They all agreed that there was little doubting LBJ's intelligence, but they were divided in their assessment of his political worldview. Some envisaged a deeply conservative Johnson presidency. LBJ was, after all, a former member in good standing of the Senate's Southern Caucus, and had racked up a checkered legislative history that gave cold comfort to liberals. Others wondered if he were not more of a Southwestern populist, remembering the young New Deal congressman who might now move the country in a liberal direction. All agreed that he would likely be an impossible man for whom to work. He'll just suck the guts out of you, one of the cabinet members warned. Of all aboard the plane, Heller was arguably the most liberal and thus the most heavily invested in knowing what made Johnson tick. His father, a civil engineer in Milwaukee, had lost his job in the Great Depression, and had it not been for FDR's Works Progress Administration, the family would have been left penniless and without recourse. After earning his bachelor's degree from Oberlin College, Heller pursued graduate work at the University of Wisconsin, where a grant from the National Youth Administration, the same New Deal agency that LBJ administered in Texas, supported his doctoral research on state income taxes. During World War II, he helped engineer the federal government's income tax withholding system, and later served as an advisor to General Lucius Clay, the military governor of Germany. He then spent the better part of 15 years as an economics professor at the University of Minnesota. But in 1961, he traded the comfort and clubby environment of academic life for JFK's new frontier. As the key architect of JFK's tax cut, the very same measure that LBJ ultimately secured in 1964, Heller had struggled for several months to obtain Kennedy's support for a comprehensive federal initiative to combat poverty. Just 3 days before the assassination, he met with the president in the Oval Office to issue yet another plea for dedicated planning and resources. At last, he appeared to achieve a breakthrough. "Yes, Walter," the president assured him. "I am definitely going to have something in the line of an attack on poverty in my program. I don't know what yet. But yes, keep your boys at work, and come back to me in a couple of weeks. Now, with Kennedy gone and an ostensibly more conservative president holding the reins of government, it was not altogether clear that his initiative would survive. Even with the new president's support, success was uncertain, given the state of Congress. When Heller visited Johnson at the Executive Office Building early on Saturday evening, he raised the question of the poverty program and seemed to get a promising response. As the meeting appeared to wrap up and Heller, pleasantly surprised by Johnson's zeal in the anti-poverty cause, stood to leave the office, the president gently pushed the door shut and drew me back in. Leaning in close, LBJ unleashed his full powers of persuasion. Now, I want to say something about all this talk that I'm a conservative who is likely to go back to the Eisenhower ways or give in to the economy bloc in Congress, he began. It's not so, and I want you to tell your friends, Arthur Schlesinger, Galbraith, and other liberals, that it is not so. If you looked at my record, you would know that I am a Roosevelt New Dealer. As a matter of fact, to tell you the truth, John F. Kennedy was a little too conservative to suit my taste. As he later recalled, Johnson ended the meeting by affirming that the anti-poverty initiative was my kind of program. I'll find money for it one way or another. The conversation was an iconic display of performance art, LBJ style, designed in large part to earn the good grace of liberals who instinctively distrusted the president. But Johnson proved good to his word. On January 8th, in his first State of the Union address before Congress, he boldly declared an unconditional war on poverty. The chief weapons in this attack would include better schools and better health, and better homes, and better training, and better job opportunities to help more Americans, especially young Americans, escape from squalor and misery and unemployment rolls where other citizens helped to carry them. It was a lofty and even audacious proclamation, one that later critics would condemn for its seemingly impossible promise. But in that time and place, and for that president living in that moment, it made all the sense in the world. Lyndon Johnson and his aides assumed that they could do it all because they lived in a wondrous age almost without parallel in American history. In the quarter century following World War II, the United States experienced an economic boom unprecedented in scope and size. Median family income grew by a stunning 30% in the 1950s, driving the typical American's transition from renter to homeowner, from blue-collar to white-collar worker, and from a culture of Depression-era scarcity and wartime rationing to post-war consumer abundance. Between 1950 and 1960, the average American family experienced a 330% hike in purchasing power, reflecting an amazing 55% increase in the gross national product over roughly the same period. These trends continued unabated into the next decade. Affluence cannot be counted by numbers alone. By the late 1960s, most families enjoyed access to a broad range of consumer luxuries that were not even imaginable at the end of World War II, including Polaroid cameras, hi-fi stereo systems, long-playing records, electric refrigerators and freezers, cars with automatic transmissions, tubeless tires, and power steering, shopping malls, fast food restaurants, and electricity, which almost one-fifth of households still lacked as recently as 1945. In 1950, only 3% of farm families owned televisions. 10 years later, that figure rose to 80%, while almost all suburban and urban homes had at least one set. Americans also started drinking diet soda, cooking on non-stick pans, reading by halogen lamps, listening to audio cassettes, and wearing permanent press clothing and soft contact lenses. Abundance radically transformed the way that American policymakers thought about their country. In the bleakest days of the Great Depression, most liberal intellectuals and elected officials had agreed in some form or another that capitalism was foundationally broken. FDR's chief aide, Harry Hopkins, foresaw permanently high levels of unemployment, even in future prosperity periods, while Alvin Hansen, a prominent economist who taught at Harvard University, warned in his presidential address to the American Economic Association in 1938 of a future marked by sick recoveries which die in their infancy and depressions which feed on themselves and leave a hard and seemingly immovable core of unemployment. Against so gloomy a backdrop, many reformers assumed that government could mitigate the human toll of permanent economic contraction only by making broad and even radical changes to capitalism's underlying structure, changes as wide-ranging and sometimes inconsistent as public ownership of utilities and factories, a guaranteed family income, a breakup of monopolies and trusts, or, conversely, industrial cartels invested with sweeping power to set uniform wages and prices. But the experience of World War II, in which the United States emerged as the world's arsenal of democracy, forced a swift reappraisal of these reformist and, in many ways, radical assumptions. The federal government built ships, airplanes, and tanks by the thousands. It raised, supplied, and deployed a military force of 16 million men. It defeated fascism in Europe and the Pacific, and took a leading hand in establishing post-war economic order around the globe. In so doing, the government lifted the country out of the Depression and proved that through skilled planning and economic management, policymakers could provide, as the labor leader Walter Reuther described it, full production, full employment, and full distribution in a society which has achieved economic democracy within the framework of political democracy. American capitalism works, the economist John Kenneth Galbraith marveled a decade later, and in the years since World War II, quite brilliantly. Thinking back on the New Deal era, Chester Bowles, who led the Office of Price Administration during the war, recalled that many frustrated economists told us that there was little more that we could do to fix the country's underlying economic problems. We must learn to live with a certain amount of scarcity in the midst of plenty, they had insisted. But now America was growing, and its population isn't going to stop growing. Technology isn't going to stand still, and all these new plants and machines will steadily increase our ability to produce. The growth of the federal state during the New Deal and World War II pushed the boundaries of how actively the federal government could manage the nation's economy by pulling the fiscal and monetary levers available to the executive branch. Many post-war liberals came to believe as an article of faith that through careful application of Keynesian economics, expert bodies like the Council of Economic Advisers, created in 1946, could calibrate government spending to ensure sustained growth. Unlike the Roosevelt administration's halting embrace of counter-cyclical spending in 1935 and 1936, followed by its return to budget consciousness in 1937, which produced the Roosevelt recession, post-war Keynesians did not view deficits just as temporary instruments to fight economic down cycles. Instead, they believed that such measures should be employed even in relatively flush times to drive the economy to full capacity. In this belief, they rejected as arbitrary and unscientific the idea that balancing the budget in a specific calendar year should outweigh the more far-sighted work of creating full employment and output. Once the economy operated at peak capacity, tax revenues would erase whatever temporary deficits were incurred to secure growth. Liberals needed little convincing that through expert management of the economy, they could achieve full employment and low inflation. Signs of prosperity were seemingly in rich abundance everywhere. Richard Hofstadter, an influential historian and public intellectual, spoke for many on the center-left when he observed that a large part of the New Deal public, the jobless, distracted, and bewildered men of 1933, have in the course of the years found substantial places in society for themselves, have become homeowners, suburbanites, and solid citizens. Over 7.8 million Americans availed themselves of the GI Bill of Rights to attend college and vocational schools, and millions more benefited from GI housing loans that propelled them into suburban splendor. It was a decade when bulldozers and cement mixers swiftly transformed vast reaches of American farms and forests into so many streets and cul-de-sacs, each lined by rows of brand-new white Cape Cod homes, and when increasing numbers of middle-class and working-class employees enjoyed previously unimaginable benefits like annual cost-of-living adjustments to their wages and salaries, employer-based health insurance, paid vacations, and private pensions. Capitalism, which in recent memory seemed to have run its full course, was now functioning with great efficiency. This point, in turn, led many Democrats to rethink some of their long-standing ideas about policy and politics. During the Depression, many liberals had advanced radical reforms to break up banking and industrial interests and reallocate resources. Now they envisioned a consensus culture that was essentially classless in nature. Unbounded growth extended the promise of unlimited prosperity. If in the 1930s many liberals cheered mass strikes and demonstrations as necessary instruments to spur a redistribution of wealth, by the 1950s they regarded mass politics warily, particularly when it took the form of radical anti-communism, which seemed eerily parallel to European fascism of very recent memory. The sociologists David Reisman and Nathan Glazer captured this paradox neatly when they observed that many intellectuals felt a closer kinship with Wall Street, which was more tolerant of civil rights and civil liberties, two post-war liberal priorities, than with their former allies, the farmers and lower classes of the city. Firm in their belief that America had solved the twin problems of poverty and economic stability, liberal writers in the 1950s muted their criticism of capitalism and, in an ironic twist, fixed much of their criticism on how members of the once impoverished working class, now comfortably ensconced in middle-class suburbs, leading happy middle-class lives, chose to spend their money. They deplored the techno-burbs, with their haggard men all catching the same train each morning, each wearing the same gray flannel suit as the other, coming home to his tense and anxious wife and gimme kids. Prosperity, wrote the critic Dwight MacDonald, had overwhelmed high culture and reduced the United States to an ugly amalgam of mass cult and mid-cult, the former embodied by the intellectually flimsy output of Disneyland, dime store fiction, and commercial television, the latter by faux intellectualism of the sort on display in the pages of the Saturday Evening Post or Book of the Month Club selections, offensive because it pretends to respect the standards of high culture while in fact it waters them down and vulgarizes them. In a representative demonstration of liberal derision, a writer for The Nation sneered that the typical middle American buys the right car, keeps his lawn like his neighbor's, eats crunchy breakfast cereal, and votes Republican. Other critics fretted that affluence and suburban banality had stripped people of their personal agency, thus generating alienation, a mass identity crisis, an age of anxiety, a lonely crowd composed of formerly autonomous, inner-directed individuals who had been reduced to out-directed conformists. Whereas liberals in the age of Franklin Roosevelt celebrated the ordinary worker and endeavored to secure for him or her a modicum of economic security, 20 years later they tended to worry more about the spiritual and cultural impoverishment that accompanied affluence. This shift in outlook strongly influenced the development of the liberal agenda in the lead-up to the 1960s. The economist John Kenneth Galbraith represented the emerging liberal consensus when he argued that America should no longer direct resources to an ever greater output of consumer goods to drive growth. In his award-winning and influential book, The Affluent Society, he argued that the economy had grown sufficiently that its surplus should be redirected away from crass commercial trappings to investments in education, infrastructure, and research and development. The political journalist Richard Rovere echoed this thinking when he observed that the country gained little from the production, distribution, and consumption of trashy things, the creation of trashy houses and landscapes, the dissemination of trashy education and ideas. In the 1950s, liberal intellectuals and policymakers pressed successfully for the expansion of Social Security, which until mid-decade excluded people who worked in domestic service, hotels and laundries, agriculture, or local government service. They also championed legacy components of Harry Truman's Fair Deal platform, including federal aid to education, public health insurance, and civil rights protections for African Americans. But many now also took up Galbraith's call to arms. Frank Church, a Democratic senator from Idaho, worried that America might soon become a kind of modern Babylon of private plenty in the midst of public poverty. The country, lamented his colleague Mike Mansfield, was like a massive ocean liner, frozen in a dangerous course and with a hull in pressing need of repair. In effect, the United States was squandering its riches on frivolous things, at the expense of the public interest. Going forward, American liberalism would concern itself with the spiritual as well as the material well-being of its citizens. It is little wonder that the image of the supermarket, that most iconic symbol of post-war plenty, haunted the liberal mind. With the supermarket as our temple and the singing commercial as our litany, are we likely to fire the world with an irresistible vision of America's exalted purposes and inspiring way of life? Adlai Stevenson lamented in the pages of Time magazine in 1960. Ironically, the table of contents that teased his article was sandwiched between advertisements for shiny new refrigerators stocked with a surfeit of food. Writing just months later for Esquire, Norman Mailer conceded that not all the roots of American life are uprooted, but almost all, and the spirit of the supermarket, that homogeneous extension of stainless surfaces and psychoanalyzed people, packaged commodities and ranch homes, interchangeable, geographically unrecognizable, that essence of a new post-war super-America, represented the hollowness of contemporary life in the United States. Mailer's essay, Superman Comes to the Supermart, tapped into a popular metaphor, for as Life magazine observed more favorably, the spirit of America was best captured by an image of suburban shopping carts, cornucopias filled with abundance that no other country in the world has ever known. In his poem Superman, John Updike embraced abundance for what it was, all-present and all-consuming. His narrator, the archetypal middle-class American, drove each day to the supermarket, parked in a super lot, and bought super suds. Most self-aware contemporaries would readily have appreciated the wry social commentary. The liberal worldview assumed that a rising economic tide could and should lift all boats. Indeed, most critics and reformers agreed that America was an economic powerhouse. If only it were possessed of a more public-minded spirit, it could accomplish great things. Armed with this faith that the economy would grow in perpetuity under expert guidance, yet predisposed to believe that Americans were directing their energy and resources in the wrong direction, liberal intellectuals and policy experts in the early 1960s could conceivably believe they were armed with the tools to fight and win an unconditional war on poverty. All they needed was to be shown that it still existed. People are poverty-stricken when their income, even if adequate for survival, falls radically behind that of the community, Galbraith wrote in his influential book. This idea that in an affluent society, most poor people had enough to get by and were thereby poor only by comparison to their more fortunate neighbors, interested the Democratic Senator Paul Douglas of Illinois, a former economics professor who suspected that Galbraith understated the magnitude of the problem. Despite the fundamental strength of the American economy, he worried that many people still lived below an objective poverty line. As co-chairman of the Joint Economic Committee, Douglas hired Robert Lampman, a young economist at the University of Wisconsin, to dive deeper into the subject. The result, a report titled The Low-Income Population and Economic Growth, found that poverty remained a persistent challenge and that wealth and income distribution had grown more unequal in recent years. The study resonated with policy-minded liberals. In 1961, Heller invited the author, whom he knew casually from academic circles, to join the staff of the Council of Economic Advisers. For 2 years, Lampman worked primarily on other issues, but in early 1963, he and Heller saw an opening. The year before, the writer and socialist organizer Michael Harrington published an arresting volume on American poverty. Titled The Other America, it argued that upwards of 50 million people, over a quarter of the population, lived in a system designed to be impervious to hope. The Other America was populated by the failures, by those driven from the land and bewildered by the city, by old people suddenly confronted with the torments of loneliness and poverty, and by minorities facing a wall of prejudice. Largely invisible to members of the prosperous middle class, other Americans were trapped in a national ghetto, a modern poor farm for the rejects of society and of the economy. Very few politicians or their staff members actually read Harrington's book, but many, including JFK, absorbed Dwight MacDonald's long and engaging review, which appeared in the New Yorker in January 1963. It shocked the liberal conscience to learn that even by the government's tight definition, 34 million Americans, more than 1 out of 6, lived beneath the poverty line, and that 3/4 of these individuals were children and senior citizens. Many influential policymakers, including the president, also read a series of gut-wrenching articles in the New York Times by the veteran reporter Homer Biggert, who chronicled widespread destitution and social wreckage in West Virginia. Others were equally stirred by Night Comes to the Cumberlands, Harry Cottle's stark volume on economic want in the Appalachians. Though critics would later identify the Great Society's anti-poverty programs as a handout to black residents of urban ghettos, in the early 1960s, policymakers and journalists still tended to associate the poverty with white families in areas of the Appalachians and Midwest that had been stripped clean of coal or where automation had rendered human labor obsolete. Such families, whether in desolate hamlets in Kentucky or squalid white ghettos in Cincinnati or Detroit, were the public face of American poverty. Perceiving an opening, Heller secured JFK's consent to develop the seeds of a comprehensive program. Beginning in May, he and Lampman convened brown bag lunches each Saturday afternoon at the Executive Office Building, where a revolving door cast from the CEA, the Budget Bureau, and the Departments of Health, Education, and Welfare, HEW, Agriculture, Labor, and Justice, ruminated on the problem and how to eradicate it. Many of those present were former university professors, and their meetings often resembled graduate seminars. Some people would say poverty obviously means lack of money income, Lampman told an interviewer. That had the great merit of being something we had some numbers on. But other people said that's not really what poverty means. It's a spiritual concept, or it's a participation in government concept, or it's a lack of some kind of self-esteem, sort of a psychological or image problem that people had. Still others would say it really has to do with lack of opportunity. It has to do with lack of public facilities like schools and so on. That's what makes people really poor. While some participants, particularly those representing the Department of Labor, argued that what poor people needed most was income, which the government could provide in the form of public sector relief jobs, as it did during the Great Depression. The thrust of the conversation that summer identified such broad-based themes as a culture of poverty and lack of opportunity as the primary causes and drivers of poverty. Such thinking made sense in the context of 1963. The economy, after all, was robust, and most Americans enjoyed the material, if not the spiritual and cultural, benefits of prosperity. Those who had been left behind only needed to be equipped with the means to claim their fair share of an ever-growing pie. This outlook provided a ready answer to those citizens who sought reassurance that government would maintain full employment at a time when automation is replacing men, as Kennedy framed the issue. The year he was elected, Gallup found that more Americans feared being displaced by machines than feared the Soviet Union. Opportunity theory promised every worker a chance to retrain and retool in a fast-changing workforce. Soon after Lampman returned to Wisconsin in late summer, the brown bag lunches evolved into an informal interagency task force. Heller and Kermit Gordon, the director of the Bureau of the Budget, solicited feedback from cabinet departments on three broad topics: how to prevent people from slipping into poverty, how to pull them out of it, and how to improve the lives of those living in its grip. The resulting input was a lot of junk, recalled one of Heller's aides, warmed over revisions of proposals that had been around for a long time, coming up out of the bureaucracy, programs that had been already rejected by the Congress. Only when Heller sat down with David Hackett and Richard Boone did he hear something truly imaginative. Hackett had been a close friend of Bobby Kennedy's during their days at Milton Academy, an elite boarding school in Massachusetts. As an Irish Catholic at what was basically an Anglo-Saxon WASP school, and as a relative latecomer who transferred in during his junior year, Kennedy was something of a misfit, according to Hackett, who was the Academy's golden boy, fair-haired and handsome, a stellar athlete, and armed with a natural charm. He was later the model for the character Phineas in the novelist John Knowles's adolescent classic, A Separate Peace. Though in his post-school days Hackett led an undistinguished professional life, Bobby involved him in his brother's 1960 presidential campaign, and then hired him at the Justice Department, where he served as staff director for the President's Committee on Juvenile Delinquency, PCJD. Widely disparaged as a lightweight by the Ivy-educated lawyers who formed the Attorney General's inner circle, Hackett worked hard to immerse himself in academic and field literature on juvenile crime. Though some Kennedy intimates joked that the former college hockey champion had been hit in the head with too many pucks, an economist at the CEA remembered him as a very hard-driving, effective, caring person who managed in a short space of time to master his adopted field. Hackett spoke with representatives of the Ford Foundation, which for several years had been funding an initiative it called the Gray Areas Project, a series of demonstration trials in such cities as New Haven and New York, where local organizations worked to improve conditions and create opportunities in the urban ghetto. Through the Ford Foundation, Hackett met Lloyd Olin and Richard Cloward, professors at Columbia University's School of Social Work, who spearheaded Mobilization for Youth, a Gray Areas project centered on Manhattan's Lower East Side. In 1960, Olin and Cloward co-authored an academic book, Delinquency and Opportunity, which argued that juvenile delinquency was not an expression of personal pathology, but rather a natural and rational response to the absence of opportunity in distressed urban areas. The good society, Olin argued, is one in which access to opportunities and the organization of facilities and resources are so designed as to maximize each individual's chance to grow and achieve his greatest potential for constructive contribution to the cultural life of the social order. He convinced Hackett that the key to reducing juvenile delinquency was to build local community organizations that operated from the ground up, identify gaps in social services and infrastructure in consultation with local residents, and provide tools that would create opportunity. Olin was working as a consultant to the PCJD in 1963, when he and Richard Boone, a veteran of the Ford Foundation, who was then Hackett's deputy, received a summons to brief Walter Heller on the committee's community action projects. Their meeting was intended to last 30 minutes, but instead ran over 2 hours. Community action appealed to me immediately, Heller later reflected. The moment I heard about it, it became part of my thinking. Before leaving Washington, Robert Lampman cautioned his boss to avoid completely any use of the term inequality or the term redistribution of income or wealth. His advice was both politically astute and in keeping with the spirit of growth liberalism, which assumed that no radical changes to the fundamental structure of the American economy were necessary to eradicate poverty. Not everyone agreed. When Heller approached some of his cabinet colleagues in late 1963 with the general concept of community action, William Wirtz, the Secretary of Labor and a longtime friend, was skeptical. An attack on ignorance, on slums? Fine, he told Heller. But on poverty? That's too diffuse. Wirtz took a simpler view of the problem. The poor, he believed, were poor because they needed money. To make money, they needed jobs. And for a multitude of reasons, there were pockets of the country where jobs were not to be had. Without question, he implored his colleagues, the biggest single immediate change which the poverty program could bring about in the lives of most of the poor would be to provide the family head with a regular, decently paid job. Wilbur Cohen, the Assistant Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, and a longtime Washington hand who had helped build the Social Security program in the 1930s, agreed in part. Community action would not do enough for children, broken families where the women have to support the family, minority groups, and special problem areas like alcoholics, delinquents, and the mentally ill. What poor people needed was money, not opportunity. Cohen seemed skeptical that even a New Deal-style program of mass public employment would reduce poverty, given how ill-equipped many poor people were to avail themselves of the country's astounding economic growth. Others agreed, including an ad hoc committee of left-wing intellectuals that drew such prominent names as Gunnar Myrdal, a Swedish economist and author of a famous expose of American race relations. Michael Harrington. Todd Gitlin and Tom Hayden, founders of Students for a Democratic Society. Irving Howe, the founder of Dissent magazine, and Stuart Meacham of the American Friends Service Committee. Committee members endorsed an incomes policy that would furnish every family with an adequate income as a matter of right. It was the only way, they believed, by which the quarter of the nation now dispossessed and soon to be dispossessed by lack of employment can be brought within the abundant society. But income redistribution was neither politically expedient nor inside the boundaries of contemporary liberal thought. It would be costly, as much as $11 billion annually, and would leave the roots of poverty untouched and deal only with its symptoms, Heller believed. As the veteran columnist Walter Lippmann concurred, a generation ago it would have been taken for granted that a war on poverty meant taking money away from the haves and turning it over to the have-nots. But in this generation, a revolutionary idea has taken hold. The size of the pie can be increased by intention, by organized fiscal policy, and then a whole society, not just one part of it, will grow richer. It was this thinking that informed a memorandum that Heller and Gordon sent the president on December 20th. They argued strongly in favor of an anti-poverty initiative heavy on community action programming and light, by comparison, on jobs creation. Assuming that the president was able to ram the Kennedy tax cut through Congress, and further assuming that the tax cut would accelerate economic growth, a hypothesis of which Heller, the tax cut's architect and most committed proponent, was certain, then community action was the key to helping poor people benefit from national wealth. At the start, Johnson was skeptical. His formative experience predisposed him to think of anti-poverty measures through the lens of the New Deal: bulldozers and youth camps, large-scale public works programs, jobs initiatives that would secure the instant endorsement of congressmen, governors, and local elected officials. In effect, the president was closer to Wirtz's point of view than to that of the interagency task force. Days after Christmas, he strolled over to the modest green guest house at the LBJ Ranch, where Heller, Gordon, Moyers, and Valenti were huddled around a small kitchen table, littered with papers, coffee cups, and one ashtray brimming over with cigarettes and torn strips of paper. Mere yards away from the house, and visible through the window, several Hereford cows grazed placidly and a little noisily. Johnson was amused to see his budget director clad in an oversized khaki shirt and ill-fitting city trousers. It was an incongruous setting for Gordon and Heller. Those two urbane scholars. I sat down at the table to talk about the poverty program they were preparing. LBJ told his advisors that he wanted to see hard bedrock content behind their plan. Also on hand at the ranch was Horace Busby, who had not yet formally joined Johnson's staff. Instantly skeptical of community action, if not the blanket promise to eradicate so thorny and ever-present a problem as poverty, Buzz spent the evening of December 30th clapping out a memo to the president. "There is no workable program yet conceived," he warned. He counseled broader initiatives that would benefit the American in the middle, and that, non-coincidentally, would also help many poor citizens. "People know instinctively these are your kind of folks," he argued. "He pays most of the taxes, carries most of the credit, makes or breaks the consumer goods market, is the home buyer, car buyer, and his consent is vital, his dissent fatal, to our social progress, viz. Negro rights. The politics of the extremes is what the typical American expects you to break away from," Busby advised. "If you can do so, you can broaden the Democratic Party base as it has not been broadened in 2 decades. Busby worried that a program specifically tailored to the poor rather than initiatives designed to lift the floor for all citizens, education, health care for the elderly, would create a political backlash. America's real majority is suffering a minority complex of neglect, he presciently observed. They have become the real foe of Negro rights, foreign aid, etc., because as much as anything, they feel forgotten, at the second table behind the tightly organized, smaller groups at either end of the U.S. spectrum. Busby's warning that liberalism grounded in identity group politics would be the undoing of the Democratic majority was several years ahead of its time. But his was not the only voice to urge caution. Elizabeth Wickenden, a social worker and reformer whom LBJ had known since his days as Texas State Administrator for the NYA, was also unconvinced. She privately told Sorensen that the problems of poverty are only in limited instances localized in character. They are, for the most part, widely distributed, related to economic and social factors that operate nationwide, and would require more than local action for solution. Ultimately, the economists prevailed, in no small part, thought Horace Busby, because community action began life as a Kennedy program. LBJ feared that if he rejected it out of hand, the forces of learning and light would have declared that LBJ was just a Southern racist. Ted Sorensen, who helped draft Johnson's first State of the Union address, later denied ownership of the term war on poverty. It did not sound like something President Kennedy would have been comfortable saying, or that I would have been comfortable writing, he told an interviewer many years after the fact. And in any event, so many staff members took a hand in writing the speech, Sorensen, Valenti, and Moyers, among others, that its provenance was lost to history. In fact, JFK first introduced the phrase in 1960 during a campaign speech at Hyde Park, New York, and in his inaugural address declared that if the free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. Now, in January 1964, LBJ affirmed that very often a lack of jobs and money is not the cause of poverty, but the symptom. The cause may lie deeper in our failure to give our fellow citizens a fair chance to develop their own capacities, in a lack of education and training, in a lack of medical care and housing, in a lack of decent communities in which to live and bring up their children. It was an extraordinary moment in American political history. Until 1964, the term poverty had been entirely absent from both the Congressional Records Index and the public papers of the presidents. Now it was like polio, a scourge that the federal government would marshal great resources to eradicate. 2 weeks after the president's State of the Union address, the administration submitted its first economic report to Congress. It found that between 33 million and 35 million Americans, almost 1/5 of the country, lived at or below the poverty line, which the government pegged at $3,000 in annual income for a family of 4. That figure broke down to $800 each year for housing, $5 per week per individual for food, and less than $25 per week per family for everything else: medical care, school supplies, clothing, transportation, insurance, and household goods. Obviously, the report declared, it does not exaggerate the problem of poverty to regard $3,000 as the boundary. Notably, the Council of Economic Advisers cited hard facts and figures that established a positive correlation between both lack of education and discrimination, by which it meant racial discrimination, and income. Though the vast majority of poor families were white, the poverty rate among non-whites was much higher. Roughly 40% of all farm families and 80% of non-white farm families were poor. But more poor people lived in cities. Though only 1/4 of poor families were headed by single mothers, Among female-headed households, the poverty rate was 50%. Buried in these statistics were several landmines that the Johnson administration did not perceive and later tripped. Most of the beneficiaries of the Great Society were white, but because its programs disproportionately aided non-whites, and because conservative critics associated anti-poverty initiatives with civil rights, backlash politicians were easily able to harness racial fears and resentments to scale back LBJ's legacy. Equally, though patterns of family dissolution had long been in evidence among rural white communities, the administration's focus on black poverty led many white Americans to assume that the rise of single-parent households and welfare dependency was unique to the black urban ghetto. These political complications lay in the distant future when Johnson launched his assault on poverty. The poor inhabit a world scarcely recognizable and rarely recognized by the majority of fellow Americans, the CEA reported. It is a world where Americans are literally concerned with day-to-day survival, a roof over their heads, where the next meal is coming from. It is a world where a minor illness is a major tragedy, where pride and privacy must be sacrificed to get help, where honesty can become a luxury and ambition a myth. Worst of all, the poverty of fathers is visited upon the children. No presidential administration, with the exception of Franklin Roosevelt's, had shone so bright a spotlight on economic want, and none had done so in an era of widely shared prosperity. Though critics then and later would come to associate the war on poverty with a narrow scope of initiatives, and particularly with community action, which would soon prove a magnet for controversy, in 1964, LBJ used the term as a wrapper for many of the qualitative measures that in later months he designated the Great Society. Some of these measures, like federal aid to primary and secondary education and hospital insurance for the aged, had been part of liberalism's unfinished agenda since Harry Truman's tenure as president. Kennedy tried, but failed, to earn congressional approval of both items. Others, like food stamps and school nutrition programs, began as small-scale pilot initiatives under JFK's administration. Still others were altogether new and innovative: community action, early childhood education for disadvantaged youth, a job corps for young men in rural and urban areas, and free legal aid for the poor. What joined these disparate programs into a coherent approach was the underlying assumption that the poor principally needed basic protection against severe hardship and coordinated help in unlocking their fair share of national wealth, not government-guaranteed income. For that reason, Hubert Humphrey, who served as LBJ's vice president from 1965 through 1969, preferred a better phrase than the war on poverty, perhaps something along the lines of an adventure and opportunity, or an opportunity crusade. As Heller originally pitched the idea to Johnson, the goal was widening participation in prosperity. From the vantage point of the early 1960s, it hardly seemed worth the time to wonder what might happen in an age of economic retrenchment and austerity. The first task was maximizing economic output to support the anti-poverty initiative. If the logic underpinning the war on poverty was that all Americans should be equipped with the tools they needed to harvest a share of the growing economy, achieving full capacity and growth was key. Though the United States was a prosperous country, since the Eisenhower recession of 1958, the pace of growth had slowed. GNP was rising at a clip of 2.5% annually, rather than a target rate of 3.5%, and unemployment stubbornly hovered between 5% and 6%. Heller convinced JFK, and later LBJ, that the economy was underperforming by $30 billion annually. A tax cut, even one that increased the deficit temporarily, would stimulate growth. close the gap between economic potential and performance, and achieve full employment. Ironically, though the measure was born of liberal faith in the ability of experts to grow and manage the economy through the careful application of Keynesian measures, some of its sharpest critics were liberal economists. Leon Kaiserling, who served as chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers under Harry Truman, thought that the tax bill constituted a misdirection of Keynesian theory. While he agreed that it would stimulate the economy, he calculated that the wealthiest 12% of Americans would reap almost half of its savings, an outcome that was both unjust and unsound, because so small a portion of the population could not consume enough goods and services to stimulate meaningful economic growth. John Kenneth Galbraith argued that tax cuts were the wrong Keynesian lever. If the government threw the budget out of balance through spending, it would stimulate the economy while also making core investments in public sector infrastructure that would, in turn, generate more opportunity and growth. Tax cuts would merely feed the cycle of conspicuous middle-class consumption. Needless to say, he told Kennedy shortly before his death, the addition of more and better depilatories has nothing to do with national health and vigor. Michael Harrington, whose work on the hidden scourge of poverty had done so much to inspire the liberal imagination, was more scathing in his assessment. He scored the tax cut as reactionary Keynesianism. Rather than cut taxes, the government could simply provide poor people with cash, thus eliminating poverty and priming the economic pump all at once. But such thinking was more in line with prevailing liberal wisdom of the 1930s, not the new consensus of the 1960s. Indeed, for a time, the tax cut appeared to accomplish what its framers intended. Within weeks of taking office, Johnson used both carrot and stick to bring his first budget in at $97.9 billion, under the $100 billion threshold needed to satisfy Harry Byrd, and in so doing, ease the way for Heller's tax cut. In late February, the president signed into law the Revenue Act of 1964, which sharply reduced individual income tax rates. The results were almost instantaneous. In 1965, GNP exceeded even the CEA's optimistic forecast by a whopping $9 billion, and the official unemployment rate dropped to 4.1%, almost the textbook definition of full employment. Though I cannot and do not suggest that we now have test tube evidence of the success of the tax cut, Heller informed the president, it is hard to explain the continued strong advance to date and the budget prospects ahead, except in terms of fresh confidence, the expanded purchasing power, and the new incentives created by the Revenue Act of 1964. Outside observers were less tentative in their appraisal. Tax relief in massive doses appears to have achieved something like magic, marveled U.S. News and World Report. A critical building block of the Great Society, between 1961 and 1967, federal revenue increased from $94 billion to $150 billion, creating the wherewithal to adopt new government programs. The tax cut created more than growth. It fueled a sense of liberal ebullience and invincibility, and established the intellectual foundation for the Johnson administration's domestic program. If government truly could create full employment and power the economy at full capacity, surely it could empower all of its citizens to enjoy access to their share of the pie. Even as LBJ and his aides set about securing the other components of his agenda for 1964, namely passage of civil rights and anti-poverty legislation, they began to debate the core role of government in an age of seemingly boundless, endless, and widely shared prosperity. Chapter 3. Second Day. Serving in Lyndon Johnson's White House meant working 7 days each week, or 14 days per week, given the president's unusual habit of keeping a 2-shift day. LBJ would awaken each morning around 6 or 6:30 and read through a large stack of newspapers. By routine, Jack Valenti would be on hand, joined later in the morning by Walter Jenkins and Bill Moyers, to receive a thick stack of memos from Johnson's night reading. Valenti would thumb through the stack rapidly, reading some all the way through and only glancing at others. Sitting upright in bed, still clad in his pajamas, Johnson would begin placing phone calls, barking orders, and considering the day's calendar. So famous, and often lampooned, was Valenti's steadfastness that on his 43rd birthday, reporters immediately got the joke when LBJ quipped that he is 1 day older today and shows it. He was late this morning for the first time. He got in when the sun had been up and had to go pull the curtain with the sun shining in my eyes. He is usually there early. Busby later observed that his boss never fully appreciated why people were oftentimes so sour when he woke them up at 6 with a phone call. He was one of the lucky ones. Johnson rarely called me early in the morning. He clarified. He called me at midnight. After working from bed for several hours, Johnson would arrive in the Oval Office at about 9 a.m. to begin meetings. In the early days of his presidency, the room still bore Jackie Kennedy's aesthetic touch, a new red carpet and white drapes, which she had ordered installed as a surprise for her husband upon his return from Texas. Only later would he make the room, with its stark white walls, 3-inch thick windows, and handsome French doors, his own. Around 2 p.m., the president routinely went for a swim in the White House pool, which was then located in the indoor area that today houses the press room. By habit, Johnson swam au naturel, and expected that when his aides joined him, a frequent occurrence given his predisposition to insist, they did as well. After a sparse lunch, he retired to his bedroom, changed into pajamas, and napped for an hour. He then showered, changed into fresh clothes, and resumed his schedule around 4 p.m., the second shift, as his aides called it. It's like starting a new day, LBJ offered in a rare moment of introspection. But at 5 in the afternoon, I sometimes feel sorry for the poor cabinet officers and other people I call in here who have been tied to their desks all day. When the president finished afternoon meetings at about 8 p.m., he retired to the residence for dinner, often with friends and family, and by 10 o'clock settled into bed for his night reading, stacks upon stacks of memos from his staff members, many of them requiring feedback. OK/LBJ, or have him see me, or a simple check mark next to the words yes and no. Valenti, who assembled the night reading and thereby enjoyed wide latitude in determining which voices the president heard, later estimated that LBJ poured over 200,000 words each week, which of course meant that Valenti read more than 200,000 words of policy and political memorandums weekly. As he thumbed his way through the pages, Johnson would invariably pick up the phone and dial his staff members. For convenience, his convenience, each of the chauffeured black sedans assigned to presidential assistants was outfitted with a 2-way radio that enabled Johnson to call them back from home or dinner, and each of their homes had been equipped with a direct line to phone consoles in LBJ's residence and office, thus eliminating the need to wait for an operator or the White House signal office to track down the right number. Some aides pined for the days when they might once again enjoy freedom from the white telephone of President Johnson. It's real Orwellian, one bemused staff member admitted. You can't escape him. Even in his Senate days, Johnson had been known as a tough boss, but it took little time before the country understood that he demanded absolute commitment from his advisers. "Where do they get the stories that I'm a slave driver?" he once whined. "I tell people to go home, but when there's a job to be done, they want to stay and work." Perhaps from the cartoonist Herb Bloch, who lampooned Johnson's staff as fear-bent sharecroppers tugging their forelocks in cringing fealty as the master strode by with a coiled whip, as Merriman Smith of UPI described the rendering. Eric Goldman likened Johnson's attitude towards staff to that of the head of the duchy, with all rights thereto appertaining. It was a near feudal relationship. When he did not like the length of a special assistant's hair, he told him to go to a barber shop. He ordered a secretary to enroll in charm school. Yet, as a reporter for the New York Times aptly noted, despite the heavy demands that he placed on his closest aides, Johnson inspired unusual loyalty. The flip side of requiring their complete availability was that LBJ made his assistants his close personal and social companions. He likes them, trusts them, and partly because he is addicted to shop talk, he likes to have them around for an evening drink, a late dinner, or a lazy weekend. The affection that Johnson regularly showered on Valenti's daughter, who as a toddler would tumble down the corridors of the West Wing and leap into the arms of Prez, spoke to his genuine affection for his team, however abusive he might be in turn. A mid-level holdover from the Kennedy administration begrudgingly acknowledged, "Frankly, the people around Kennedy saw none of his faults, though he had them. The people around Johnson see his faults, but think he has tremendous attributes that more than counterbalance them." Shortly after the first family moved into the White House, they invited staff members to the private residence for a cocktail party. The wife of a former Kennedy aide confided to Lillian Reedy, George's wife, that she had never seen the inside of the living quarters before. That small gesture made a considerable impression. The relationship between Johnson and his staff posed one dynamic, the relationship among the staff another. Douglas Cater, a domestic policy specialist who joined the ranks of the senior staff in 1964, lauded the absence of prima donnas. But by the start of Johnson's full term, conflicts began to surface. As George Reedy noted, "Court politics in the White House, any White House, are always very severe. It's no place for a man of any real sensitivity whatsoever." No administration, Valenti surmised, was absent the interplay of egos and clashings of ambitions, all sort of like satellites circling the sun. Yet, relatively speaking, LBJ's White House functioned with minimal public spectacle or rancor, particularly in the first 2 years of his presidency. This degree of harmony was all the more remarkable in light of the almost complete lack of hierarchy and structure governing the president's staff. While at different times certain staff men stood out as first among equals, Jenkins in 1963 and 1964, Moyers in 1965 and 1966, Califano in 1967 and 1968, Johnson preferred a flat organizational structure, and compared with Kennedy, kept an open door. Neither Kennedy nor Johnson had a chief of staff, Valenti observed, which any political pundit will tell you is quite surprising. So how on earth did the West Wing function without one? Simply put, very, very well. Unlike in later administrations, most staff members did not generally confine themselves to narrow portfolios. This dynamic led to duplication of effort, Cater observed, particularly when the president grew impatient and assigned the same task to multiple actors. But it rarely resulted in discord. Though some old hands in government regarded LBJ's approach to staffing as deliberately chaotic, governed by impulse, and generally hit or miss, it worked. Kenneth O'Donnell retained the title of Appointments Secretary until late in 1964. But in reality, Valenti, who first claimed a desk in the secretarial room outside the Oval and subsequently shared O'Donnell's office, 2 doors removed from the president's, gradually assumed the responsibilities of guarding LBJ's schedule. O'Donnell's concentration, in turn, shifted to managing LBJ's 1964 campaign. The function of appointment secretary, seemingly bureaucratic in nature, was at the time widely regarded as a senior role. The person filling it enjoyed broad leeway to set the president's agenda and to determine which voices he would hear, and, by extension, which he would not. Though Valenti and Busbee acquired an early reputation as Texas conservatives, in fact, both were conventional New Deal Democrats, and Valenti, in particular, was determined to ensure that access to Johnson was as unencumbered as possible. As LBJ liked to remind visitors, "Jack is really an intellectual. People would admit it if he didn't come from the wrong side of the Mason-Dixon line." Valenti was a voracious consumer of books, so much so that he installed a machine in his bathroom that enabled him to read while in the shower. Goldman, the Princeton University historian whom others on the White House staff sometimes derided as insufferably haughty and self-important, was impressed by the manner in which Valenti protected the president's time and focus without walling him off from the wider world. He believed it important for the president to be brought into contact with a wide variety of people and ideas, Goldman remarked. In his own way, Valenti was a friend in the White House of the offbeat, or at least of the new. This view was widely held. A veteran White House reporter credited Valenti with making Lyndon Johnson the most accessible president in modern history. In person, LBJ tended to dominate almost every conversation in which he took part, but through the memorandums they submitted for night reading, his staff members were able to engage him in a meaningful written dialogue. They were also able to argue with and against each other. Because Jack Valenti ran an open process, the president could weigh markedly different ideas about the direction in which he might take the country. In February 1964, Johnson summoned Bill Moyers and Richard Goodwin to the White House swimming pool and, as was his wont, obliged them to strip on the spot and join him for a dip. Goodwin, who had been raising the eyebrows and blood pressure of conservatives since the day that he checked in to Washington in 1958, was a celebrity in staff circles. The son of Jewish immigrants, he sailed through Tufts University and Harvard Law School, clerked for the Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, making him perhaps the last of the little Frankfurters, young aides whom the justice scouted on behalf of Democratic presidents and congressmen, and served as an investigator for the House Subcommittee on Legislative Oversight, in which role he was instrumental in exposing the common practice by which network television studios rigged popular game shows. After working as a speechwriter and Latin American policy aide on Kennedy's presidential campaign, he joined the White House staff as assistant special counsel under Ted Sorensen. He was, by one colleague's estimation, dark, disheveled, brilliant, and sardonic. Though a Kennedyite of the Kennedyites, Goodwin, connoisseur of the latest in literature and art, who at the age of 32, last week's soup stain on his suit, puffing his cigar and twirling his gold chain enigmatically, talked of power and policy with a faintly weary smile, agreed to remain on Johnson's staff. Moyers was in awe of his establishment credentials and political savvy. Goodwin, in turn, had no other entree into Johnson's inner circle but Moyers. The two men became fast friends and allies. For weeks, LBJ had been grasping for a watchword that would describe his far-reaching but still inchoate agenda. Some of its pieces were holdovers from Kennedy's unfinished presidency: a tax cut to unlock economic growth and full employment, a civil rights bill that would at long last afford equal opportunity to African Americans, a sweeping initiative to eradicate poverty. Others were long-standing articles on the liberal wish list, including federal aid to schools and universities and hospital insurance for the elderly. Missing was an organizing thesis to join these policy items together. Theodore Roosevelt had promised a square deal, FDR a New Deal, Harry Truman a fair deal. What turn of phrase would Johnson deploy to articulate his vision? Bobbing about in the White House pool, "It's like going swimming with a polar bear," Moyers whispered. He instructed Goodwin and Moyers to help him introduce a Johnson program, different in tone, fighting and aggressive, more visionary even than John Kennedy's New Frontier. His mandate in hand, Goodwin conferred with Goldman, who had already advised Johnson to place his administration in the perspective of the long-running American experience. Rather than recite the same tired trope that liberals had exhausted over several decades, he should arrange his program not only to the quantity, but to the quality of American living. Whether knowingly or not, and in all likelihood the choice was deliberate, Goldman echoed Arthur Schlesinger, who in 1955 published a widely acclaimed article that challenged readers to reimagine the meaning of liberalism in an age of abundance. Instead of the quantitative liberalism of the 1930s, rightly dedicated to the struggle to secure the economic basis of life, we need now a qualitative liberalism, dedicated to bettering the quality of people's lives. Like many of his countrymen, Schlesinger took it for granted that economists and planters could, through a careful application of Keynesian measures, underwrite unlimited growth and prosperity. It was no longer necessary to speak as though the necessities of living, a job, a square meal, a suit of clothes, and a roof, were at stake, but rather to move on to the more subtle and complicated problem of fighting for individual dignity, identity, and fulfillment in a mass society. In conveying similar wisdom to both the president and his speechwriter, Goldman implicitly argued for a message and a program that would transcend partisan divisions and draw together as wide a coalition as possible behind essential policies like propping up the nation's education system and securing rights for African Americans. The phrase that he suggested, the good society, owed its origins to Walter Lippmann's book of the same title. Goodwin preferred the Great Society, though he might have been unaware that its provenance lay with a volume by Graham Wallas, a prominent socialist and professor at the London School of Economics in the early 20th century. At first, Jack Valenti enthusiastically embraced the Great Society tag. "Why not enlarge the theme?" he suggested to Johnson, coupling the phrase with a new outline of what the president felt would be his philosophy, his précis of his move to the future, his aims and objectives for this country here at home. While the White House tested the phrase at least 17 times in early 1964, along with close cousins like Greater Society and Glorious Kind of Society, it was agreed that Johnson would unveil his platform in a commencement speech on May 22nd at the University of Michigan. Against advice to focus the president's remarks on a narrow list of bills expanding the New Deal, Goodwin went big. "My objective, my mandate as I understood it, was not to produce a catalog of specific projects, but a concept, an assertion of purpose, a vision that went beyond the liberal tradition of the New Deal." In preparation for the assignment, he pored over the most current primary literature emanating from identity-conscious activists, including Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystique, Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail, and the Port Huron Statement, the cri de coeur of the New Left. When Goodwin shared his draft, Valenti, Reedy, and Busby were unconvinced. Aside from perfectly acceptable rallying cries for classroom construction and teacher training, and a resounding call to eradicate racial discrimination, The speech, in their minds, was laden with woolly observations about how the loss of such values as community with neighbors and communion with nature bred loneliness and boredom and indifference. What could the government possibly do, they wondered, to ensure that, as the draft proposed, the meaning of our lives matches the marvelous products of our labor? How could it build a country where men are more concerned with the quality of their goals than the quantity of their goods? It was challenge enough to keep inflation and growth in balance and to move pragmatic, liberal legislation through Congress. To promise utopia, or to suggest that LBJ's administration should be associated with that promise, seemed an overreach. In the twilight days of Johnson's presidency, Reedy would confide to Juanita Roberts, the president's longtime senior secretary and confidant, that the phrase bothered me because it seemed pompous and had many overtones of Marxist-style planning. Busby, for his part, prepared an alternative draft that envisioned the Great Society as the product of our next scientific and technological capabilities. Almost futuristic in its anticipation of humankind's eventual ability to fly oceans in an hour, see as well as hear over telephones, employ computers as everyday appliances in our homes, and find nothing novel in journeys to the moon or beyond, he framed the Great Society as a collection of lofty but concrete technological aspirations. New methods of desalination and irrigation, advances in chemistry and plant science to increase the food supply for a burgeoning world population, ambitions that would unlock the full promise of prosperity and in which government could undoubtedly serve as a catalyst and organizing force. Busby, nevertheless, hit the right liberal chords when he heralded a society which knows no poverty, which knows no hunger, which knows no illiteracy, a society without slums in the cities or shame on the farms, a society in which leisure time is not wasted, but the most useful time of our lives. Moyers rejected Busby's draft as adequate, but a far cry from the original in both quality and tone. In a tart memo to Valenti, who had collaborated in the Busby draft, he defended Goodwin's copy as a provocative appeal to the mind of modern America. Perhaps it sounded literate, too essay-like, but it was directed to the university audience, and beyond, to the thinking people of our society. Moyers and Goodwin also fired off an ardent memo to Johnson, a document that Valenti could certainly have weeded out of the night reading, but instead placed before the president. This is a political year, but the president is not just thinking of the next election, he is thinking of the next generation, they implored. He believes there is danger that the primacy of politics this year will prevent the nation from looking at the longer pull. Hence his deliberate decision to cast the spotlight on certain issues which ought to be embedded in the nation's consciousness. Appealing to LBJ's determination to equal the esteem in which liberal columnists and intellectuals held John Kennedy, they urged him to accept a draft designed to make people like Reston and Lippmann, Pusey and Goheen sit up and say, "This president is really thinking about the future problems of America." LBJ ultimately delivered Goodwin's draft, with embellishments by Moyers, and to great fanfare. Riding back to Washington on Air Force One, Charles Roberts witnessed the president in his manic phase. He was absolutely euphoric. He was sweating and exuberant. He violated his old rule and had himself a drink, a Scotch highball, and came back to our press pool. When Roberts complimented the president on his performance, noting that the audience had interrupted him 27 times with applause, LBJ excitedly called Jack Valenti over to display an annotated copy of the text. No, Johnson insisted. There were 29. Roberts grasped the import of the moment. That was his unveiling of the Great Society, his own program, the program he was going to run on the next fall. Years later, in a rare interview about his tenure in the White House, Moyers conceded that Johnson never really liked the term Great Society. It didn't come easily to him. Like Busby, Valenti, and Reedy, he equated liberalism with fulfilling FDR's mission. "I'm going to be president for 9 years and so many days," he habitually reminded Moyers. "Almost as long as FDR, or second only to FDR." Yet fulfilling FDR's mission was by no means a cut-and-dried mission, because the New Deal itself had been a loose idea. Some of its components, like the National Industrial Recovery Act, sought to restructure American capitalism along the lines of European-style syndicates. Others sought to break up monopolies. It was composed of temporary relief and infrastructure programs like the Works Progress Administration, the Public Works Administration, and the National Youth Administration, and of lasting measures like old age insurance, unemployment insurance, and mortgage insurance, all of which removed some of the basic risks associated with everyday life. The New Deal was not, in most respects, redistributionist, though it did tilt the scales in favor of workers' rights by providing for collective bargaining, maximum hours, and a minimum wage. In effect, it was a malleable idea. "The country needs, and unless I mistake its temper, the country demands bold, persistent experimentation," Roosevelt famously argued. "It is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something." When they urged the president to pattern his agenda along the lines of the New Deal, Busby and Valenti were not arguing against the concrete action items that the president had prioritized for 1964: civil rights, an anti-poverty measure, a tax cut to stimulate the economy. Neither were they opposed to promises that would follow in 1965: aid to schools and universities, environmental legislation, health care for the elderly. They wanted, rather, to identify his administration with concrete and attainable goals around which LBJ could build national consensus, and they recoiled from grandiose promises that the president might not be able to keep. George Reedy, who later had a serious axe to grind with Bill Moyers, identified a divide between younger staff members of the 1960s generation and older advisors who had come of age in the days of the Roosevelt and Truman administrations. Others perceived the emergence of rival camps: liberals like Moyers and Richard Goodwin on the one hand, and conservatives like Busby and Valenti on the other. The debate was about what liberalism meant, not whether it should inform domestic policy. Busby, who had served off and on since 1948 as LBJ's ideas man, was now in direct conflict with Bill Moyers, whose militant conscience, according to an admiring journalist, not zealot, not fanatic, just that of a young man responding with a wish for action to inner knowledge of what is right, made him the resident White House moralist. Widely hailed as the administration's bridge to the Kennedys, Moyers appeared to be the very antithesis of Busby, a pro-business Texan more than 10 years his senior, though, as one astute columnist observed, Mr. Busby would not seem conservative in Congress or in most state capitals. Some of the distance between the two men was simply personal. They clashed very early, Valenti would explain. Buzz had been with the president the longest, his oldest and trusted aide, and probably next to Goodwin, the best writer I ever saw. Buzz is a philosophical man. He's not happy in the corridors of raw, naked power. He'd rather philosophize than brutalize. He thought a good deal, and while this is very useful to a president, it doesn't help you if you get in open conflict with some colleague who has shored up all the sides of the circle. An ardent student of politics from his early days as an elementary school student, Busby, who once told a colleague, I am not the praying type myself, seemed galled to find himself politically outmaneuvered at every step by a Baptist preacher. But their friction was also philosophical in nature. Where Moyers and Goodwin would refashion LBJ in the image of a prophet, Busby feared that displays of evangelistic fervor would play poorly with the vast middle majority of America, particularly beyond the eastern seaboard. Ordinary voters would support tangible programs that benefited a broad swath of the citizenry. They would not be moved by gauzy promises of a better world or more meaningful human existence. By contrast, Moyers invoked the memory of Theodore Roosevelt when he urged Johnson to regard the White House as a bully good pulpit. The president, he believed, must use it to exert the moral leadership without which none of these issues can capture the public attention or concern. However much they differed in their temperamental and rhetorical approach to presidential leadership, Johnson's aides shared prevailing liberal orthodoxy that the United States was a rich nation and advised the president that we are enjoying abundance. We have statistically and actually the best life any people have ever known, but we are putting proportionately less of that wealth and abundance back into the renewal of our society than at any time since the pre-Depression era. Buzz agreed with his younger colleagues that while comfort has come to us abundantly, abundance itself has brought us little comfort. Our age is eventful and exciting, but many lives are afflicted with boredom and dullness. Moreover, all of Johnson's aides, Busby, Valenti, and Reedy, Moyers, and Goodwin, concurred that the Great Society rests on abundance and liberty for all. It demands an end to poverty and racial injustice, to which we are totally committed in our time. They shared a commitment to build schools and make financial investments in urban renewal. If Moyers and Goodwin fundamentally envisioned the Great Society as proof that our material progress is only the foundation on which we will build a richer life of mind and spirit, for Buzz, it was something far more concrete. Having built a successful private sector research consultancy, he envisioned the Great Society in brick and mortar terms, investments in science, perhaps the most universally intriguing field of the present period, mental health services, transportation and infrastructure, including 150-mile-per-hour trains that would connect metropolitan areas, library construction, and small businesses, and a theme to which he would return time and again, a sweeping overhaul of government at all levels to bring the full advantages of modern business management to the public sector. His vision was by no means as grandiose as that which Moyers and Goodwin urged on the president, but it reflected the spirit of growth liberalism in its faith that government could unlock opportunity by making broad investments that benefited all of its citizens. In later years, Johnson's disparagers would argue that the administration raised public expectations with elaborate promises to remedy problems that government simply could not solve. Reedy would claim that this had always been his criticism of the Great Society sales pitch. But the real divide among Johnson's aides was not whether the agenda should be narrow or expansive. Even the relative moderates among them aspired to complete Roosevelt's New Deal by enacting and administering comprehensive education and health care programs, enhancing the safety net for the most vulnerable Americans, and integrating schools, hospitals, and places of public accommodation. It was rather a gulf between conventional liberals like Reedy, Valenti, and Busby, who championed tangible measures that would materially benefit as many Americans as possible, and younger liberals like Moyers and Goodwin, who believed that government should also address more nebulous, qualitative challenges to the public spirit. There was a good deal of common ground. Douglas Cater, who did not fall neatly in either camp, suggested to the president that just as the Council of Economic Advisers delivered an annual report to Congress on the nation's economic well-being, the administration ought to initiate an annual report examining the quality of life in the Great Society. Most of the benchmarks that he proposed reflected long-standing liberal programs, achieving benchmarks for life expectancy, infant mortality, the eradication of disease, school completion, and crime prevention. But he distinguished between the quality and the quantity of life in America. This cannot be stated solely with an economic yardstick. All of Johnson's aides spoke the common vernacular of growth liberalism, with its faith in quantitative measures to unlock individual opportunity. Some also echoed liberal economic and social critics like Dwight MacDonald and John Kenneth Galbraith, who regarded the country's misuse of its wealth and power as a missed opportunity. Others, like Busby, Valenti, and Reedy, preferred to keep the administration's feet firmly on the ground. The promise of good schools and access to medical care was lofty enough without faraway promises to fix humankind's broken spirit. It was not simply that Busby remained unconvinced that Goodwin's prose would work for Johnson. He doubted that it had worked for Kennedy. Early in 1964, Buzz carefully analyzed the Kennedy administration's poll numbers and concluded that for all of JFK's dash and youthful appeal, and however intensely the Illuminati in official Washington circles might have worshipped him, the new frontier had racked up precious few domestic achievements. On the eve of his death, JFK was personally popular, but his agenda remained bottled up in Congress, and his administration's approval ratings were plummeting. As late as May 19th, just 3 days before LBJ's speech in Ann Arbor, Busby urged the president to tell reporters that he was rejecting efforts to label his administration's program, such as FDR's New Deal, Truman's Fair Deal, Kennedy's New Frontier. He would ultimately reconcile himself to the term, though not to Bill Moyer's and Dick Goodwin's understanding of what it meant. No component of the Great Society was more critical than the Civil Rights Bill before Congress. In his first hours as president, Johnson signaled to friend and foe alike that its passage would be a central feature of his agenda in 1964. "Dick, I love you," he told his mentor Richard Brevard Russell, the senior senator from Georgia and acknowledged leader of the chamber's Southern Bloc. "I owe you, but I'm going to run over you if you challenge me or get in my way. I aim to pass the Civil Rights Bill. Only this time, Dick, there will be no cavilling, no compromise, no falling back. This bill is going to pass." During his tenure in the House, Johnson had been a reliable vote against civil rights legislation, including measures that would have made lynching a federal crime, outlawed the poll tax, and established a permanent Fair Employment Practices Committee. In the Senate, he devoted his maiden speech to a ringing defense of Southern traditions and repeatedly frustrated liberals by forestalling consideration of civil rights legislation. Only in 1957, with one eye cast on the White House, did he concede the necessity of mollifying his liberal critics by moving a bill through the Senate. But he stripped that measure down so severely that it was little better than a token measure. In later years, George Reedy, whose relationship with Johnson ended on bad terms, was unsparing in his criticism of his longtime boss. Yet he would go to the grave firm in the conviction that LBJ was one of the least prejudiced or biased or intolerant or bigoted men I have ever met. He has many shortcomings and he has many failings, but I don't believe there is any racial prejudice in him whatsoever. And this is the thing that became very, very apparent to most of the Negro leaders when they had a chance to know him personally. As a young man in Texas in the early 1930s, Johnson taught at an elementary school populated by impoverished Mexican children. His commitment to his students was so ardent that even his most critical biographers acknowledge it as a genuine reflection of his character. Those few observers who bothered to take note of LBJ during his years in JFK's shadow saw a new and unanticipated persuasion emerge as though from nowhere. He delivered stirring remarks in favor of civil rights at Detroit's Wayne State University in January 1963, and again at Gettysburg in May. He signaled his strong support for Kennedy's Civil Rights Bill, but voiced legitimate concern that the administration had no viable plan to navigate the complicated roadblocks that Southern lawmakers would inevitably stand up in both houses of Congress. When in the spring of 1963, JFK hosted a sequence of meetings with civic, religious, and business leaders to build support for the legislation, LBJ confounded liberal activists by emerging as the strongest voice for action. Kennedy had made an intellectual appeal for the lawyer's duty and so forth, remembered one prominent civil rights leader. There was no passion in any of it until LBJ took the podium, and he gave an impassioned speech about what kind of a country is this that a man can go die in a foxhole and can't get a hamburger in a public restaurant. I would say he was by far the most effective fellow there. I was impressed by him. In 1957, Senate Majority Leader Johnson had twisted arms, deployed obscure parliamentary procedure, and doled out rewards and punishments to neuter an otherwise strong civil rights measure. Now, as president, Johnson threw the weight of his office behind the fight to pass a bill that would outlaw segregation in public accommodations and provide for remedies to combat racial discrimination in the workplace. He urged union leaders like Dave McDonald of the United Steelworkers to apply lobbying muscle on Capitol Hill. He implored friends like Katharine Graham, publisher of the Washington Post, to turn up the heat on recalcitrant members of Congress. He actively encouraged the bill's managers to whip up support for a discharge petition in the House and might have played a decisive role in persuading House Republicans to threaten to join with liberal Democrats in a bipartisan takeover of the Rules Committee. "If I were you, Charlie," LBJ told the House GOP leader Charles Halleck of Indiana, "I wouldn't dare go out and try to make a Lincoln birthday speech without committing to the bill. They'll laugh you right out of the goddamn park when Howard Smith's got his foot on Lincoln's neck." For good measure, he held out the possibility of building a NASA science center in Halleck's district. Faced with the real likelihood that he would lose his gavel, Smith relented. "I've been around a long time, and I recognize the facts of life," he conceded. "And one of the facts of life is that this bill is going to the floor, and that it is going soon." After several days of debate, on February 10th, the House passed the bill by a vote of 290 in favor to 130 opposed. It took 4 months before Senate liberals were able to break a Southern filibuster and send the Civil Rights Act to Johnson's desk. The president and his aides, particularly Larry O'Brien and his legislative affairs team, were deeply involved in driving strategy. But contrary to popular lore, the president did not play a decisive role in securing cloture. He persuaded just one senator, Carl Hayden of Arizona, to absent himself from the chamber rather than vote to sustain the filibuster, while he attempted to move several Southerners, including Al Gore Sr. of Tennessee, William Fulbright of Arkansas, and Robert Byrd of West Virginia. "You're with me," he pleaded with Byrd. "You've got to be with me." All three opposed the bill to the bitter end, none more forcefully than Byrd, who personally filibustered it for over 14 uninterrupted hours. Johnson wheedled the Senate Republican leader Everett Dirksen, spoke strongly in favor of equal rights during his poverty tour, a series of speeches in favor of the administration's war on poverty that April, and signaled that he was willing to sacrifice other legislative priorities. If the Senate accomplished nothing else, he insisted, it must pass the Civil Rights Bill. By throwing the full moral weight of the presidency behind the bill, LBJ did more for civil rights than any president since Lincoln. His outspoken support established a sense of purpose and urgency. But it was grassroots activists, religious and lay, who won the votes. Richard Russell later confided to a friend that the Southern Bloc had been able to hold the line until all the churches joined the civil rights lobby in 1964. Under the leadership of national organizations and with coordination from Victor Reuther, an official with the United Auto Workers, who also worked with the National Council of Churches, Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish clergy mounted an unrelenting and politically sophisticated campaign to win over strategically identified members of Congress. If organized labor held little sway with Republicans, ministers did. A loose confederation of clergymen activated a network of thousands of lay and religious community leaders who in turn spurred congregants to inundate key congressmen with telegrams and office visits. Congressional staff members soon became accustomed to the heavy volume of mail that poured in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, inspired by synagogue and church sermons the weekend before. Joe Rao, a prominent labor attorney and liberal leader who helped whip for the bill, remembered that in the Capitol complex that spring, you couldn't turn around where there wasn't a clerical caller next to you. Johnson was delivering a speech at the College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Massachusetts, on June 9th, when an aide stepped quietly to his side to whisper the news. He reacted immediately. "We are going ahead in our country to bring an end to poverty and racial injustice," he told the assembled audience. "In the last 10 minutes, we made progress. The Senate voted 71 to 29 for cloture." The crowd roared. On July 2nd, at a White House ceremony, the president signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 into law. The new law mandated the integration of all facilities that received federal funds and, more jarring to many white Southerners, places of public accommodation. From hotels, buses, and rest stops to golf courses, restaurants, and swimming pools. Jim Crow was now a violation of federal law. Desegregation was absolutely incomprehensible to the average Southerner, said an attorney from Greensboro. Absolutely unbelievable. How can I destroy the lingering faces of Stephen Fetchit, Amos and Andy, Buckwheat, and all the others? Wondered a college student from North Carolina. My worldview is still strongly rooted in a rural, agrarian, black belt county, which is in many ways the same way as it was in 1900. For Southerners like Margaret Jones Bolsterly, who grew up on a cotton plantation in Arkansas, racism permeated every aspect of our lives, from Little Black Sambo, in the first stories read to us, to the warning that drinking coffee before the age of 16 would turn us black. It was part of the air everyone breathed. Observing the scene outside Montgomery's Jefferson Davis Hotel a year later, Jimmy Breslin, the irascible New York City newspaperman, wrote, "You have not lived, in this time when everything is changing, until you see an old black woman with mud on her shoes stand on the street of a southern city and sing, 'We are not afraid,' and then turn and look at the face of a cop near her and see the puzzlement and the terrible fear in his eyes. Because he knows, and everybody who has ever seen it knows, that it is over. This thing here is a revolution," a businessman from Montgomery confided to Breslin. "And some of us know it. The world's passed all of us by, unless we start to live with it." The bill's passage promised a definitive end to the brutal and comprehensive system of de jure segregation that existed in the South since the turn of the century: white and colored water fountains, schools, and medical facilities, whites-only swimming pools, movie theaters, and restaurants, legally permissible discrimination in the workplace. For white Southerners, the year 1964 portended the end of life as they knew it, if the government proved serious about enforcing the law. Some people proved able to reconcile themselves to the changes around them. In Birmingham, Ollie McClung, owner of a popular barbecue shack, mounted a legal challenge to the Civil Rights Act, claiming that the federal government had no jurisdiction over intrastate commerce. When the Supreme Court ruled against him in December 1964, finding that his restaurant was engaged in meaningful interstate commerce, much of its pork and beef was purchased from out-of-state vendors, McClung opened his doors to black diners. As law-abiding Americans, we feel we must bow to the edict of the Supreme Court, he grudgingly announced. On December 16th, 5 black diners came to Ollie's to feast on his legendary ribs and chicken. To everyone's surprise, McClung's included, nothing happened. "Everything was lovely," said one of the black customers. "Lovely. Not a single incident. We sure enjoyed Ollie's good barbecue." Others proved less flexible. In Greenwood, Mississippi, the local government drained and shuttered a municipal pool rather than open it to black citizens. In Atlanta, Lester Maddox, a prominent cafeteria owner, chased black diners out of his establishment with a gun and an axe handle, then defiantly closed his restaurant rather than integrate it. In 1966, he was elected governor of Georgia, indicating the limits of white accommodation. Yet among private businesses, the general picture was one of large-scale compliance. The U.S. Justice Department concluded shortly after the Civil Rights Bill became law. Church, business, and civic leaders throughout the country had combined forces even before July to smooth the way for compliance. Julius Manger, a wealthy hotel mogul and one of the unsung heroes of the Civil Rights era, personally traveled the South that spring and summer to plead with other hospitality executives to effect a swift and peaceful integration of their facilities. Where his company owned a significant concentration of properties, he recalled, "I was able to say to other hotel and motel owners that I was not just asking them to do something and then going to walk away, but that we actually had a bigger investment to lose than they did." Notwithstanding their signature accomplishments, civic, business, and religious leaders could only move the needle so far. By late 1964, thousands of Southern schools, hospitals, and nursing homes remained strictly segregated, and in Deep South states like Mississippi, only 10% of eligible black citizens were registered to vote. Cracking decades of state-enforced segregation and political disenfranchisement was beyond the means of private individuals and organizations. Compliance with the law would require the full force of the federal government. Ironically, Southern congressmen had concentrated their fire on the bill's public accommodations provision rather than on Title VI, which stipulated that no public funds could support racially exclusive or segregated programs. It would ultimately prove easier to persuade restaurants and hotels to open their doors to African Americans than to compel public schools to mingle students and faculty, or health-care facilities to place black and white patients side by side. Even before the legislation cleared Congress, one of LBJ's top domestic policy advisors was readying federal departments to issue sweeping rules that would fundamentally reorder Southern society. Securing a bill was a monumental achievement. Breathing life into it would carry far greater political risk. As the day of the bill signing, July 2nd, faded into night, Bill Moyers found Johnson in a glum mood. "I think we just delivered the South to the Republican Party for a long time to come," Johnson told his aide. Chapter 4. Revolutionary Activity. To spirit his anti-poverty initiative to life, Lyndon Johnson turned to the one member of the extended Kennedy family who had ever shown him a moment's consideration, Sergeant Shriver, the handsome Yale-educated attorney whom JFK tapped to run the Peace Corps, arguably the most successful and popular of the New Frontier's domestic initiatives. Born to a prominent Catholic family in Maryland, Shriver fought in the Battle of Guadalcanal before returning to the United States. He moved to Chicago, where he managed Joseph P. Kennedy's merchandise mart out of the red, and swiftly established himself as one of the emerging pillars of the city's business community. Along the way, he met and married Kennedy's daughter Eunice, and became chairman of both the Chicago Board of Education and the Catholic Interracial Council. Devoted to the social justice wing of the Roman Catholic Church, he fused a tradition of faith and service to an impressive private sector career. In 1960, he had been widely touted as a possible candidate for governor of Illinois, but he deferred to the wishes of his wife's brothers, who were determined that only one member of the Kennedy family should appear on the ballot in that election season. Among his responsibilities on JFK's presidential campaign was coordination of civil rights policy. When officials in Georgia arrested Martin Luther King Jr. on dubious charges that fall, it was Shriver who famously prodded the candidate to place a phone call to Coretta Scott King, a small gesture that later became central to Camelot lore. "What the hell?" his brother-in-law JFK responded. "That's a decent thing to do." He was just enormously impressive, recalled a reporter. All the cliches fit. Tall, dark, handsome, fit as a college athlete at 45. He was warm and friendly and funny, was interested in everything, full of anecdotes. He knew as much about sports as he did about politics, and as much about the civil rights movement as he did about theology. Shriver had the kind of charisma that makes men charge the barricades, a Peace Corps staff member later said. Johnson's principal tie to Shriver was Bill Moyers, who in the weeks after JFK's assassination had technically been on loan to the White House from his role as Associate Director of the Peace Corps. From their first meeting in late 1960, Shriver had been deeply impressed by Moyers, particularly by his almost singular ability to tolerate the famous LBJ treatment. "Johnson would just come in and stand over you and try to overpower you with his physical presence," Shriver would explain. "And he'd do that to Moyers. And Moyers was just a kid, maybe less than 125 pounds. Johnson would yell at him, tell him what to do. And then I'd see Moyers stick his head back, and his jaw would clench, and he'd grit his teeth and say, 'No.'" So close were Moyers and Johnson that when Shriver first angled to hire him, Kenny O'Donnell tried to block the appointment. "He's the only one on Johnson's staff we trust," he barked at Harris Wofford, a close associate of Shriver's. "The president's going to tell him to stay there, and you can tell Sarge to keep his cotton-picking hands off Moyers." Kennedy ultimately agreed to release Moyers to the Peace Corps, and in the months that followed, he became Shriver's indispensable right hand. The two men spent weeks lobbying skeptical legislators to secure passage of the Peace Corps bill. Though only 27 years old, Moyers was by far a more experienced hand in the ways of congressional politics. "Bill Moyers and I have been living on the Hill," Shriver reported to the president at one critical moment. When Congress finally authorized the program, Moyers was recognized as the most influential among the legion of young idealistic staffers who gathered each weekend at the Shriver's rambling country estate, Timberlawn, for hours of Peace Corps meetings, family barbecues, and raucous outdoor sporting competitions. After the assassination, Shriver managed the details of JFK's funeral while also serving as a conduit between LBJ and the Kennedy family. He even went so far as to present the new president with a brief memorandum. What Bobby Thinks, outlining the psychology behind his brother-in-law's seemingly intractable hatred of Lyndon Johnson. Moyers also let it slip to reporters that Shriver was under consideration for vice president in the 1964 election, as indeed he was for a time. Johnson was under intense pressure to show solidarity with the Kennedys, and as a member of the Klan, but not quite a Kennedy himself, Shriver provided Johnson with insulation against Bobby's ambitions. Moyers and LBJ well understood that Shriver was in, but not of, RFK's orbit. Bobby often derided Shriver as the resident Boy Scout and House Communist, too soft to be a real Kennedy. "Believe me," recounted one of Bobby's longtime aides, "Sarge was no close pal brother-in-law, and he wasn't giving Robert Kennedy any extra breaks." With Moyers on loan to the White House and his own brand rising in value, Shriver staked his future with LBJ. But even he was surprised when the president asked him to lead his new War on Poverty. Shriver returned to Washington on Friday, January 31, 1964, after a month-long international tour for the Peace Corps. Reporting to the Oval Office to brief the president on his travels, he thought little of it when Johnson remarked, "You know, we're getting this war against poverty started. I'd like you to think about that, because I'd like you to run that program for us." Shriver would later admit that he was totally unfamiliar with the whole project, having been in Asia when he announced the proposal. "All I knew was a little item I read in a Bangkok newspaper." The next afternoon, Johnson reached him by phone at Timberlawn, where the director was spending a quiet day with his wife and children, of whom he had seen precious little in the prior months, given his punishing travel schedule. LBJ explained that in a matter of hours he intended to announce Shriver's appointment to lead the War on Poverty. He could retain ownership of the Peace Corps or hand that job off to a subordinate, but his primary responsibility going forward would be domestic policy. Shriver protested repeatedly, but Johnson leaned in with his classic treatment. He enjoyed his work at the Peace Corps. "You can write your ticket on anything you want to do there," the president assured him. He knew nothing about poverty. "Let me make it clear. Let me say that I have asked you to study this." He would need help. "If you want Bill to help you, I'll let him do that." He worried that Bill Moyers and Sarge Shriver, really, to 99% of the people abroad, were the face of the Peace Corps. With both of them deployed elsewhere, the staff and volunteers might lose faith. "Well, don't you think that they're not damn glad that both of them have taken over the White House?" the president asked. Could Moyers come back to the Peace Corps to help relieve him of administrative duties while he concentrated on poverty? "I need him more than anybody in the world right here. And you need him here, too. He's good for Shriver here." Could he not make Moyers acting director of the Peace Corps? Not and run the White House, too, and that's what he's doing now. Now, don't go raiding the White House. Go on and get your own damn talent. In the end, it came down, as it always did with Johnson, to a crude test of will. "Hell, it'll be a promotion," he insisted. "You've got your identification with the Peace Corps. You've got everything you ever had there, plus this. Unless you got some women that you think you won't have enough time to spend with them." Shriver, a devout Catholic who since his college days had celebrated High Mass each day, laughed nervously. "You've got the responsibility. You've got the authority. You've got the power. You've got the money. Now, you may not have the glands." "The glands?" Shriver replied incredulously. "Yes. I got plenty of glands." With that conversation, Sergeant Shriver agreed reluctantly to lead the president's war to eradicate poverty. Shriver's first move was to build his own group of trusted confidants to help fashion a legislative proposal. Chief among his advisers was Frank Mankiewicz, who headed the Peace Corps in Peru, but happened to be in Washington, where he was slated to appear before the House Foreign Relations Committee. On Sunday afternoon, as he prepared his testimony, Mankiewicz found himself summoned to Shriver's office at the Peace Corps to participate in the first planning session. He would remain in Washington for 6 weeks, on loan from the job that he truly loved. Through all of this period, Shriver was perfectly willing to let us do anything, in a sense, come up with all kinds of suggestions, and these would all go into a pot, and people would talk about them, Mankiewicz would remark. We'd discuss it. It was rather informal. We spent a lot of time at Shriver's house. We would stay up late because it was the best time to get work done because there were no phones ringing. The working group brought together in one room several of the country's most capable minds. Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a working-class New Yorker and one-time longshoreman who earned a Ph.D. in international relations at Tufts University and was now serving as Assistant Secretary of Labor, a post in which he functioned as the department's House intellectual. Harris Wofford, a white Peace Corps official with close ties to Martin Luther King, Jr. Wilbur Cohen of HEW, whom John Kennedy called Mr. Social Security, in respectful acknowledgement of his role as a young New Dealer in establishing the Social Security Board and lifting the program off the ground. Dick Goodwin, who was already at work with Moyers in fashioning the organizing thesis of LBJ's Great Society. Michael Harrington, whose book, The Other America, had been instrumental in animating liberal passion around the blight of poverty. Dave Hackett and Dick Boone. Charles Schultz, the Assistant Budget Director. Lewis Martin and Adam Yarmolinsky, the intense, fiery-eyed Special Assistant to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, a sober-minded tactician who wore a tight-cropped crew cut and perpetually looked like he's got a bomb in his back pocket ready to throw, by one colleague's estimation. A graduate of Harvard University and Yale Law School, Yarmolinsky clerked for the Supreme Court Justice Stanley Reed before launching a successful legal career. As one of McNamara's bright young men, he earned the lasting enmity of Southern congressmen when he cajoled the Defense Department into barring all servicemen from visiting or patronizing segregated facilities, a proviso that infuriated businessmen who operated stores and restaurants outside Southern military installations. Because all of the principals held day jobs at the highest echelons of the federal government, meetings were scheduled on weekends or weekday evenings. The planning committee had neither a budget — Shriver relied on a small appropriation from Johnson's Presidential Contingency Fund — nor adequate offices. Initially housed in the Court of Claims building, an abandoned structure that predated the Civil War, the small support staff was forced to relocate when a large portion of its plaster ceiling caved in, and engineers declared the entire edifice unsafe. From there, they claimed space in the basement of a decrepit hospital and a floor of a derelict hotel that, in its glory days, had functioned as a second-class whorehouse. Each time they moved, secretaries and task force members were assigned new telephone extensions, contributing to the almost constant logistical confusion. Badly under-resourced, they pilfered office supplies from other federal agencies. Despite these deficiencies, Shriver's makeshift operation soon became a center of gravity in Washington. There was an excellent esprit de corps, remembered one of the participants. Johnson would later salute the contagious enthusiasm behind the anti-poverty working group. They went at it with a fervor and created a ferment unknown since the days of the New Deal, he wrote, when lights burned through the night as men worked to restructure society. James L. Sundquist, an official on loan from the Department of Agriculture, observed that Shriver's own temperament and method of operation was extremely open and fluid. He doesn't like fixed organizations anyway, so he was perfectly in his milieu on this one. Yet even though Shriver cast a dragnet out for new ideas and additional ideas, the departments offered precious few new ideas, except for community action. When Heller's group first met with Shriver, they imparted their shared conviction that the larger initiatives should focus on unlocking opportunity through an attack on the root causes of poverty, rather than redistributing wealth or income. Community action programs, CAPs, of the variety pioneered by the Ford Foundation and the Juvenile Delinquency Commission, Schultz advised, should be the driving force behind the administration's program. Shriver was initially skeptical. "It'll never fly," he told Yarmolinsky. Both men soon came around and agreed that community action should constitute an important part of the anti-poverty plan, if not its entirety. For one, the governing ethos behind community action, that local communities should be equipped with the means to build sustainable homegrown institutions, was not altogether different from what the Peace Corps was attempting outside the United States. Mankiewicz believed the notion of organizing people around their grievances to accomplish a single thing, whether it was to set up a co-op or clinic or soccer team, or to get the playground open at night, or whatever it might have been, was, in a sense, revolutionary, since the idea of it was to create alternate situations of power in a country where most people were powerless. Moreover, as Yarmolinsky observed, it was clear from the start that funds would be limited, at least in the first year. One of the choices we had to make was whether to concentrate on preparing jobs for people or preparing people for jobs. We decided for the latter, partly because we thought that the president's tax cuts would in effect be job-creating, partly because we thought it takes more time to prepare people for jobs than jobs for people. Firm in the shared conviction that economic planners could manufacture permanent growth, the very purpose of the Kennedy/Johnson tax cuts, Shriver's group assumed prima facie that anti-poverty policy need not concern itself with redistributing resources in the form of make-work programs or income floors. Shriver's freewheeling approach carried genuine benefits and drew many admirers. No proposal was too impractical to consider. Experts were flown in from universities and think tanks at the 11th hour. There were countless salon-style dinners at Timberlawn, where doctors, theologians, psychologists, all manner of people, debated long into the night. A friend remarked that Sarge was crazy about these ideas, and many of these ideas were, in fact, crazy. But the hurried pace and emphasis on bold experimentation and immediate results, qualities that many observers so admired about the Peace Corps, sometimes translated poorly to the war on poverty. In a rush to introduce a program before Congress, Shriver's committee never reached consensus on the meaning of its central premise, community action. Some participants did not believe that community action required any radical shift of authority to the poor. Rather, they assumed that the appointment of poor people or their representatives to program governing bodies or advisory committees was essentially more symbolic than substantive. On the other side of the spectrum, Mankiewicz and some of the younger members of the task force assumed that community action was an essentially revolutionary activity, a way to equip the poor with resources to challenge local institutions, both in the public sector and in the private sector, in the pursuit of greater opportunity. They regarded municipal and county governments, school districts, and old-line social service agencies as entrenched interests that were fundamentally hostile to the aspirations of poor people. Among the skeptics was Lyndon Johnson, who told Bill Moyers in August, all you boys got together and wrote this stuff, and I thought we were just going to have another NYA, National Youth Administration. I thought that we'd say to a high school boy that was about to drop out, we'll let you work for the library or sweep the floors or work in the shrubs or pick the rocks, and we'll pay you enough so he can stay in school. We've got that, Moyers responded, referring to the bill's inclusion of a Job Corps program for impoverished youth. I thought we were going to have community action, where a city or county or a school district or some governmental agency could sponsor a project. I never heard of liberal outfits where you could subsidize anybody. I think I'm against that. If you want to do it in the Peace Corps, then that's your private thing. That's Kennedy. LBJ preferred that Mayor Richard Daley run anti-poverty programs in Chicago rather than the Urban League. He's got heads of departments, and he's got experienced people in handling hundreds of millions of dollars. Though he envisioned his war on poverty through the prism of the New Deal, LBJ ultimately permitted Moyers and Shriver to pursue their more unconventional and potentially disruptive initiative. The anti-poverty legislation that Shriver's group moved through Congress, the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964, ultimately contained 6 sections, or, in legislative parlance, titles. The bill did in fact authorize the creation of the Job Corps, modeled in part after the New Deal-era Civilian Conservation Corps and NYA, with a mandate to relocate, socialize, and train tens of thousands of young men who were otherwise outside the labor force and lacking the basic skills to become gainfully employed. In addition, it established the Neighborhood Youth Corps, which would provide basic medical care, food security, and supplementary education to urban youth, and a work-study program for low-income undergraduates. The second, and by far the most controversial section of the Act, authorized public and private organizations to operate government-funded community action programs. Critically, the bill required maximum feasible participation in such activities by local residents. The bill also authorized loans and grants to help impoverished farmers buy new tools and equipment, a provision that the Department of Agriculture strongly championed, provided funds for small business loans and work experience initiatives aimed at helping unemployed heads of households, and established Volunteers in Service to America, VISTA, a domestic Peace Corps that would deploy college graduates to help impoverished communities ameliorate their local conditions. In total, the measure devoted approximately $1 billion to LBJ's war on poverty, $500 million in new funding, and $500 million that the administration redirected from existing programs. Most of its functions would be housed under the aegis of a new executive branch bureau, the Office of Economic Opportunity, OEO, whose director, Sergeant Shriver, would enjoy cabinet-level status. In building the OEO's programs, Shriver was deprived of his most valuable asset, Adam Yarmolinsky. Southern congressmen who still fumed at his forced integration of military-based towns now seized the opportunity to exact their price. Focusing on his alleged affiliation with a radical student group during his undergraduate days at Harvard, they insisted that Yarmolinsky was subversive, unfit to run the OEO, though ironically they voiced little objection to his return to the Pentagon. Shriver had only been able to secure passage of the Economic Opportunity Act by pledging that Yarmolinsky would play no forward role in the war on poverty. It was an unfortunate development. Shriver excelled at vision and inspiration. Yarmolinsky at organization. Sarge's idea of administration is to give three guys the same assignment and see who finished first, an anonymous official told the syndicated columnists Roland Evans and Robert Novak. Even as late as December, they reported, OEO officials routinely telephoned their former colleague at his Pentagon office, seeking direction and counsel. From the start, the community action programs, which absorbed almost half of the OEO's budget for fiscal year 1965, proved a political lightning rod. Working within broad guidelines, organizations in and outside government, including public colleges, nonprofits, and municipal and county bodies, submitted grant proposals to deliver services as wide-ranging as health care, job training, child care, and housing assistance. To their credit, Shriver and his staff moved quickly to disperse money and initiate programming. Sarge and many others in the Congress were pressing the program people to get the money out and to go, 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 recalled an OEO official. It became obvious after a while that the only safety valve in the place was our office. By the end of the decade, over 1,000 community action agencies participated in the initiative. Yet the safety valve was anything but tight. By early 1965, elected officials from across the country began complaining to Moyers, Johnson, and Shriver that CAPs were bypassing their offices, or worse, organizing pickets, lawsuits, and political action against them. Many mayors assert that the CAP is setting up a competing political organization in their own backyards, Charles Schultz confided to the president. Indeed, in 1965, the U.S. Conference of Mayors pressed the administration to turn control of community action programs over to local political authorities. He urged that we ought not to be in the business of organizing the poor politically. Jim Rowe warned that local CAPs were using public funds to instruct people how to protest. The implications of this dynamic were obvious. The administration was providing anti-poverty activists with funds to organize against the very same political machines that powered the Democratic Party at the state and local levels. Of course, this approach was precisely how many of the OEO's framers understood the strategic value of community action. There could be no other purpose behind the grant to Syracuse University for a program that trained local poor people in the political organizing tactics of Saul Alinsky. In turn, they used their newly acquired skills to agitate for better sanitation services, rent subsidies, tenant rights, and parks, and, in a move that raised the ire of the city's Republican mayor, to register voters. We are experiencing a class struggle in the traditional Karl Marx style, the mayor complained, and I do not like it. When a CAP in Albuquerque organized pickets outside City Hall in demand of greater services for poor neighborhoods, Senator Clinton Anderson, a Democrat, called Shriver to complain. The demonstration is being led by an ex-Peace Corps volunteer who's working in the Community Action Program now, he said with bewilderment. As Mankiewicz remembered the episode, it gave the senator cold comfort when Shriver replied, "Both of the agencies I'm running are successful. A guy who agitated the poor in Peru for 2 years took that training and used it, and is now working for OEO to get the poor to demand that they be allowed to participate in city council meetings. That's what it's all about." Community programs in Newark, San Francisco, and other cities drew sharp scrutiny for their radicalism, financial irregularities, and palpable animosity toward established institutions, be they public or private. On the Lower East Side of Manhattan, Mobilization for Youth, one of the first products of the Ford Foundation's Gray Areas Project, sued the New York Police Department and clamored for the establishment of a civilian review board. When a police shooting of a black teenager prompted riots in Harlem, conservative critics scored Mobilization for Youth as a radical and incendiary organization. In Chicago, where the OEO insisted that the city government comply with the requirement that its program include maximum feasible participation on the part of local poor people, Mayor Richard Daley grew enraged. "What in the hell are you people doing?" he berated Moyers. "Does the president know he's putting money in the hands of subversives? To poor people that aren't a part of the organization? Didn't the president know they'd take that money to bring him down?" Daley was an indispensable ally whose complaints resonated sharply within the West Wing, as was also the case with Sam Yorty and John Shelley, the Democratic mayors of Los Angeles and San Francisco, respectively. Mayors all over the United States are being harassed by agitation prompted by Sergeant Shriver's speeches, urging those he calls poor to insist upon control of local poverty programs, Yorty complained in mid-1965. Though in many instances, the administration interceded on behalf of elected officials, including in Syracuse, where Shriver folded the controversial action program under an umbrella organization governed by municipal officials and old-line welfare agencies. There was no clear consensus about the definition of maximum feasible participation, or even its very purpose. Hubert Humphrey, who often served as mediator with local officials after his election to the vice presidency in 1964, argued that the administration could ensure maximum feasible participation without antagonizing mayors. But many poor people who participated in community action initiatives explicitly set out to disrupt local politics. In later years, Moynihan, who played a leading role in developing the war on poverty as the Labor Department's representative to Shriver's interagency task force, would claim that maximum feasible participation was originally narrow in its intent, a safeguard to ensure that Southern officials did not direct federal anti-poverty funds towards segregated or all-white programs. Only later, when radicals inside the OEO leveraged the statutory language to enforce an adversarial agenda toward local institutions, did community action go off the rails. It was, Moynihan quipped, a singular case of maximum feasible misunderstanding. Frederick Hayes, who served as assistant director of the agency's Community Action Program, agreed that the framers never intended to antagonize local governments and were surprised by the hostility that community action engendered. In most cities, the program got off the ground smoothly and with enormous good results right away. It was only in Syracuse, New York, and Chicago and Mississippi, and a few places like that, where the cutting edge of the conflict was. In its first year, community action programs accounted for roughly half of the OEO's authorized budget of $1 billion. Critics then and later would compare this total unfavorably with the New Deal, which authorized billions of dollars in jobs, housing, and relief programs. Yet despite Johnson's occasional inconsistency, "You tell Shriver no doles," he instructed Moyers, though on other occasions he envisioned the OEO as a latter-day National Youth Administration. The agency was never intended to furnish poor people with employment or income assistance. It all came back to the common understanding that if government managed economic growth and unlocked opportunity, poverty would recede. I think it is a liberal view, rather than a conservative view, that there are too many Americans forced to live on our welfare rolls, Busby advised Johnson to say. The administration was addressing the roots, not just the symptoms of poverty. We have an obligation in our society to support a principle of public policy which will permit every citizen not only to live at a certain minimum standard, but to be able to live at a rising standard by his own effort and his own training and ability. In cities as diverse as Oakland, Newark, New Haven, Durham, and Boston, a rising generation of elected officials cut their teeth as local program organizers. In 1977, a survey of black mayors, city council members, and state representatives found that 20% had been involved with community action programs in the prior decade, while many others worked or volunteered with a broader range of OEO initiatives. Some activists would complain that the major beneficiaries of these programs have been non-poor persons who have been afforded the opportunity of executive, technical, and professional positions in the program, a charge that Alinsky sounded when he denounced the vast network of sergeants drawing generals' pay. But such objections sidestepped one of the original intentions of community action, to empower individuals and communities to forge their own destiny. Ironically, though the Great Society did not create mass work programs for poor people, many of its major initiatives, including Medicare and Medicaid and aid to elementary and secondary education, required a larger federal and state workforce to administer. The resulting expansion of public sector employment benefited a rising black professional class that now enjoyed protections against workforce discrimination. In the decades that followed Johnson's war on poverty, government employment helped lift millions of African Americans, particularly teachers, social service workers, and nurses, into the middle class. In addition to serving poor clients, community action programs were both a fundamental training ground for black professionals and a powerful mechanism to grow black political power. Almost as controversial as community action programs was the Job Corps, a program modeled after the New Deal Civilian Conservation Corps and National Youth Administration, both of which provided temporary jobs to young men who repaired roads and national parks and provided labor to support land conservation and improvement. By 1967, its year of peak operation, the Job Corps employed 42,000 young people, mostly men, at a combination of rural work camps and urban skill centers, where enrollees learned basic carpentry, electrical wiring, welding, and other manual trades. The Office of Economic Opportunity blanketed poor neighborhoods with over 300,000 application cards and promotional pamphlets. From the start, the program's directors determined to accept almost the toughest young men and women from blighted neighborhoods who lacked formal education or life and work skills. With the exception of recidivist criminals and applicants suffering serious mental or physical handicaps, the Job Corps drew its ranks from a group of Americans who otherwise seemed destined for prison or penury. It was a noble endeavor, and for a small number of corpsmen like George Foreman, the future heavyweight boxing title holder, it was probably life-changing. A native of Houston, where he grew up in slum conditions, and as a teenager had already fallen into a pattern of petty crime, Foreman was, by his own later admission, destined to graduate to robbing and armed robbing. But for the Job Corps, he would eventually have moved to dope and spent the rest of the days in prison. His journey from Texas to a job site in Oregon was eye-opening. I had never been on an airplane, he remembered. We didn't know airports existed. He had never owned a set of new clothes, non-hand-me-down, in his life. But at the program center, administrators furnished him with black trousers and a blazer for formal occasions, work attire, and exercise clothing. The Job Corps teachers embraced me like I was a rich guy, he remembered. They taught me how to read. They taught me how to build fences. They taught me how to construct a radio. I was so proud of that. Years later, Foreman still viewed the OEO director as a celestial figure. When he visited their camps, his hair tucked to the side of his head real neatly and dressed very fancy, shaking the corpsman's hands as though they were his own kin. This Kennedy family-in-law became an in-house hero to us. All the boys felt that way about Sarge Shriver. To many Americans, however, the Job Corps quickly assumed a different character. Lifting very poor young men, black and white, urban and rural, unskilled and uneducated, often from tumultuous home environments, from their neighborhoods, and placing them in strange settings together was a risky undertaking, and it generated ample cause for concern. At Camp Kilmer in New Jersey, newspapers reported that corpsmen were habitually high on illegal narcotics and often stoned cars that drove past the worksite. At Camp Atterbury in Indiana, several young men were arrested on sodomy charges. At a camp in western Kentucky, fighting broke out between black and white corpsmen. Neither was it apparent, a year into the program's existence, that the trainees left any better prepared to lead productive work lives than before they arrived. When a conservative senator scoffed that it would cost less to send a single corpsman to Harvard than to enroll him in the Job Corps for a year, Shriver quibbled with the math. In fact, he demonstrated, it cost the government just 2/3 the cost of a year at Harvard to train each corpsman. It was a well-intentioned rejoinder, but not one that was likely to quell the criticism. Though community action would remain a lightning rod for criticism, perhaps the most enduringly popular of Johnson's Great Society programs, Head Start, began life as part of the CAP initiative. It also owed its conception, as was so often the case with programs emanating from the Office of Economic Opportunity, to a quick, impulsive flash of Shriver's inspiration. Driving home to Timberlawn one evening in late 1964, Shriver pondered research that the Kennedy Foundation had funded into the use of early intervention to raise the IQs of children with intellectual disabilities. After consulting with Robert Cook, a physician at Johns Hopkins University who worked closely with the foundation, Shriver concluded that the same early exposure to education might prepare poor children to capture the advantages available to them as they progressed through school and entered the workforce. Many economically disadvantaged kids arrive at the first grade beaten or at least handicapped before they start, he observed. To use an analogy from sports, they stand 10, 20, and 30 feet back from the starting line. Other people are way ahead of them. They don't get a fair, equal start with everyone else when they come to school at the age of 6. By extending early childhood education to at-risk children, the government could level the playing field. It was a concept firmly rooted in opportunity theory and in the guiding principles that informed Great Society policymaking. Over lunch at the Hay Adams Hotel, Shriver shared the idea with the widely syndicated columnist Joe Alsop, whom he considered incorrigibly negativist, and therefore a likely skeptic. To his happy surprise, Alsop responded enthusiastically. If Joe's not knocking the idea, thought Shriver, it's not likely to be knocked. Shriver hoped that if his office moved with haste, it could prepare and launch a summer pilot program in 1965 with 25,000 children. He instructed Dick Boone to begin planning. Twice each week in January and February, a dozen outside advisors and CAP staff members met to hammer out what would ultimately be designated the Cook Report. Notably, very few members of the working committee were professional educators. Most were medical professionals and psychologists. Their report suggested a comprehensive program of early childhood education, medical care, and nutritional services, and in keeping with the spirit of community action, heavy involvement from the parents of poor children. Jewel Sugarman, one of Boone's deputies, recalled that the ad hoc committee far exceeded Shriver's original ambitions when it suggested that the OEO launch a sizable pilot program in the summer of 1965 across 300 communities, reaching 100,000 youngsters. The proposal immediately excited both LBJ, who instructed Shriver to triple the size of the program, and Lady Bird, who lent the initiative a much-needed early endorsement when she hosted a tea at the White House to raise visibility and support. In attendance was a large representation of journalists, leading women in government and business, the wives of governors and big city mayors, and prominent actors and entertainers. The result was an outpouring of interest from communities across the country. Instead of 100,000 children, the pilot program that summer ultimately served 560,000. As with other OEO projects, Head Start posed enormous administrative challenges. Conceived in late winter, it would need to establish guidelines and curricula, process thousands of applications from local school districts and CAPs, hire thousands of staff members, and recruit 500,000 poor children in just a matter of months. Julius Richmond, a noted pediatrician and medical school professor, agreed to join the OEO as the first director of Head Start, and quickly accepted Sugarman's suggestion that the program lean heavily on substitute teachers who were likely to claim college degrees and pedagogical training, and who would be out of work during the summer and in need of a paycheck. The organizers further agreed that the program should focus on both 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, because scarcely half of American children had access to public kindergarten. The OEO deployed 125 college volunteers to visit poor communities and enlist local service organizations, community action programs, school districts, and civic groups to sponsor and administer Head Start programs. A bipartisan group of congressional wives phone-banked their districts until they found somebody who was willing to talk about Head Start, Sugarman recalled. Once they had that name, then we'd send 1 or 2 of these young people off to sit down with them. They literally wrote the applications for most of these communities, and literally helped them to set up their centers even though they knew very little about it themselves. To train the summer staff and faculty members, the administration enlisted the participation of 200 colleges and universities that sponsored 6-day orientation programs for over 44,000 Head Start employees. To ensure the program's smooth operation and integrity, over 2,000 health professionals, educators, and social workers formed an auxiliary technical assistance corps that fanned out across the country to help local organizations administer their programs effectively. Despite the harried and ad hoc way in which it was conceived, Head Start proved immediately popular and became one of the untouchable legacies of LBJ's Great Society. Over 30 years later, the program served 900,000 poor children annually, and in public opinion polls enjoyed the approval of over 90% of respondents. And of course, as early as 1969, there were critics who questioned the lasting value of early childhood education generally, and Head Start specifically. Some studies have concluded that whatever educational gains poor children made through the program quickly eroded by the time they reached grade school and middle school. Though other studies challenge this finding, in the decades after Head Start's launch, some consensus emerged that early intervention was not powerful enough in and of itself to reverse the combined challenges of single-parent households, persistent income and wealth inequality, neighborhood crime and deterioration, and failing public schools. Such criticisms implicitly call into question the underlying logic behind the war on poverty, namely that what was needed to break the cycle of poverty was opportunity, not cash transfers or income assistance. But these criticisms missed the mark in a critical way. Head Start endeavored to close the gap in educational achievement. but that was just one of its mandates. The program also provided poor children with hot, nutritious meals each day, as well as medical and dental care, often for the first time in their lives. They learned and played in a stable and nurturing environment where their parents could act as full partners in their care and development. A government study found that among Head Start pupils in 1969, roughly one-third had not received their complete diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus immunizations. Nearly 40% had not been vaccinated against polio, and very few had received dental or eye exams. In Jacksonville, Florida, 52% of Head Start children were anemic. 31% suffered from hearing defects, and 25% from eye problems. In South Carolina's Beaufort County, 90% of preschool-aged children had hookworm or roundworm. In Boston, 31% of eligible students endured major physical or psychological issues. More than just an early education program, Head Start provided its students services that materially narrowed the yawning wellness gap between poor and non-poor youngsters. Although, as Daniel Patrick Moynihan later noted, Head Start proved so generally popular that most Americans never realized, or soon forgot, that it began life within the controversial Community Action Program. Many of CAP's guiding principles were embedded in its playbook, particularly in full-year Head Start programs, 90% of which were administered in the early years by local CAPs. Parents and paraprofessionals from the community played an outsized role in staffing and maintaining local programs. Based on both first-hand knowledge and program data, Sugarman believed that the non-professionals bring a different quality to the program than a program that's purely professionally run. It brings a dimension of sensitivity and concern that's better than you have in a purely professionally run program. Julius Richmond would later recall one of his first encounters with Lyndon Johnson. In the spring of 1965, he accompanied Shriver to the White House for the announcement of the first round of Head Start grants. Entering the Oval Office, he shook the president's hand and instantly did a double take when LBJ pulled him close and confided, "You know, this whole thing is where I came in." Sensing Richmond's confusion, LBJ continued, "Well, you know, I'm a school teacher. I was teaching Mexican-American children. This program is designed to do what we were trying to do way back then." Richmond observed that Johnson was very intrigued and interested, and very committed. 2 years later, he had occasion to attend a White House screening of a documentary film, Pancho, about a Mexican-American child who benefited from the Head Start program. During the screening, which the young boy's parents also attended, the president leaned over toward Richmond and, with tears in his eyes, said, "This is all of what I used to see when I was teaching school down there in South Texas." The brainchild of Sergeant Shriver, it was up and running in a matter of months. It would later strike Richmond as remarkable that the administration never secured congressional approval to launch Head Start. It originated under the Community Action Program line in the OEO's budget and, as such, needed no such authorization, and only later won permanent status from Congress. I don't know of many other instances in the recent history of the United States where anybody, I even include the president, almost, was ever able to start a program of national magnitude involving, let's say, $70 million without asking anybody for permission to do any of it. Chapter 5. Front Lash. In July 1964, not even weeks after Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law, the venerated pollster Lou Harris described for readers of Newsweek an emerging and in many ways alarming development. In recent surveys of white ethnic voters in northern and Midwestern cities, 2/3 of respondents feared that most Negroes want to take jobs held by whites, and tended to feel that the pace of civil rights is too fast, that Negroes are getting too uppity for their own good. He warned that the white backlash itself exists, lurking more or less menacingly in the background, but it is not yet a major force in the land. Harris did not coin the term white backlash. That honor rested with the economist Elliott Janeway, who a year earlier forewarned that should automation and economic stagnation erode post-war gains in factory employment, white workers would perceive themselves in a zero-sum competition with African Americans and lash back in an ugly and potentially violent fashion. Though the concept, to say nothing of the phrase, was still unfamiliar to most casual students of current affairs, the savviest of politicians were already attuned to the shifting currents. During a visit to East Asia several weeks earlier, Richard Nixon called on Henry Cabot Lodge, the U.S. ambassador to South Vietnam, who had been his running mate 4 years earlier. Nixon perceived a simmering discontent among low-income urban white groups that stood to lose, or thought they stood to lose, in the wake of economic and social advancements by African Americans. Writing to his son, Lodge, a blue-blooded patrician who served in the U.S. Senate before losing his seat to John F. Kennedy over a decade earlier, reported that Nixon also spoke of the practice known as busing, whereby the white child is transported by bus from his suburban home into the slums to go to the slum school, and the Negro is transported by bus from his home in the slums to the school in the suburbs. In 1964, busing was still a new practice. It would not attract widespread adoption or scrutiny until later in the decade, but it testified to his limited political acumen that Lodge had not read much about this in the papers. Despite his recent string of victories, securing passage of the tax cuts, the Civil Rights Act, and the Economic Opportunity Act, Johnson was equally cognizant of the political headwinds he might face in the coming election. "If we aren't careful," he told George Reedy, "we're just going to be presiding over a country that's so badly split up that they'll vote for anybody that isn't us." The president had good cause to worry. As early as January, George Wallace, Alabama's arch-segregationist governor, began testing the waters for his own run for the Democratic nomination. In New England, skeptical audiences were startled to hear the Southern populist speak in a calm and not altogether unconvincing tone about why property rights are human rights too. In California, he charmed local civic organizations and reveled in delivering sharp ripostes to liberal hecklers. In Berkeley, whose otherwise progressive voters had recently defeated an open housing referendum, he reminded the crowd that they voted just like the people in Alabama. Though he attracted the scorn of Democratic office holders during his swing through the Midwest's industrial belt, in Ohio, Senator Steve Young derided him as a buffoon. In Madison, Wisconsin, left-wing activists used Kool-Aid to engrave the frozen pond outside his guest quarters with the greeting, "Fuck Wallace." Local elected officials soon began to worry that the rabble-rouser might very well animate the fears and resentments of working-class ethnic white voters. They were right. After launching his campaign in Appleton, home to the late GOP Senator Joseph McCarthy, Wallace canvassed the state's blue-collar wards with tireless discipline. In Milwaukee, over 700 working men and women packed the local American Serb Memorial Hall to hear Wallace confirm their suspicions that the Civil Rights Bill, then still pending in Congress, would imperil their jobs, neighborhoods, and safety. "A vote for this little governor will let people in Washington know that we want them to leave our houses, schools, jobs, businesses, and farms alone," he roared to thunderous applause. The statute would destroy the union seniority system and impose racial quotas. It would be impossible for a homeowner to sell his home to whomever he chooses. The crowd, which comprised mainly white residents of Serbian, Polish, Czechoslovakian, and Hungarian descent, had in recent years watched with guarded caution as the city's black neighborhood pushed up against their insular community of small, tidy bungalows, community schools, and ethnic churches. When a black civil rights protester, garbed in a clerical collar, taunted, "Get your dogs out," the event's master of ceremonies, Bronco Gruber, a brawny military veteran and neighborhood bar owner, swept to his feet. "I'll tell you something about your dogs, Padre," he screamed. "I live on Walnut Street, and 3 weeks ago tonight, a friend of mine was assaulted by 3 of your countrymen, or whatever you want to call them. They beat up old ladies 83 years old, rape our women folk. They mug people. They won't work. They are on relief. How long can we tolerate this? Did I go to Guadalcanal to come back to something like this?" Because initial polling had Wallace running at a negligible 5%, Johnson was rattled when Governor John Reynolds, his favorite son proxy on the primary ballot, warned that Wallace might win as many as 175,000 votes, or over 15% of the projected turnout. Reynolds, whose successful advocacy of a state open housing law rendered him anathema in blue-collar neighborhoods, was inflating his real estimate to rally regular Democrats to action. Yet even his overestimation fell far short of the mark. On primary day, Wallace won 265,000 votes, or 1/4 of those cast. He prevailed in the governor's own district and took 30% of the vote in Milwaukee and 47% in the newly created 9th Congressional District, which included some of the region's most prosperous suburbs. "We won without winning," he boasted, a deed that he replicated weeks later in Indiana, where he took 30%, and again in Maryland, where 43% of the state's primary voters backed the outspoken segregationist. Disenchanted voters marched to the polls with big grins on their faces, a newspaper editor observed. "I never saw anything like it." Senator Daniel Brewster, Johnson's proxy on the ballot in Maryland, fumed that Wallace's supporters had been hoodwinked by a pack of mindless thugs. But there was little doubting that something was darkly amiss in the nation's heartland. Wallace's speeches were laced with crude appeals to fear of crime. "If you are knocked in the head on a street in a city today," he warned, "the man who knocked you in the head is out of jail before you get to the hospital." Class resentment. "They're building a new bridge over the Potomac for all the white liberals fleeing to Virginia." And race war. "Anyone here from Philadelphia? You know, they can't even have night football games anymore because of the trouble between the races. And that's the city of brotherly love." If his rhetorical barrages were ugly and reckless, they were not random. Between 1910 and 1970, roughly 6.5 million African Americans left the South, swelling the population of northern, midwestern, and western cities. In that same space of time, the portion of black Americans living in the former Confederacy fell from 77% to less than 50%. Though leaving Dixie presented them with comparatively greater freedom, including the unqualified right to vote, discriminatory employment practices limited black residents to some of the lowest-paying jobs and highest rates of unemployment. Racially restrictive housing laws, some enforced by a complex web of regulations handed down by federal mortgage agencies, consigned them to the worst, most cramped, yet paradoxically most overpriced, housing stock. And an absence of basic public services like reliable garbage removal, building inspection, and quality schools made them second-class citizens in most places where they lived. Discrimination created a vicious cycle. Because African Americans faced rampant job discrimination, they tended to earn less cash income than their white neighbors and rely more heavily on welfare. Because discriminatory rental and mortgage practices sharply limited their residential options, black residents enjoyed little recourse when landlords in transitional neighborhoods consolidated and subdivided their properties, creating more cramped and run-down housing stock. As a result, many urban black neighborhoods came gradually to resemble wastelands, at least in the eyes of watchful working-class white residents whose own tidy neighborhoods stood in proximity. Boarded-up, abandoned buildings seemed to dot every block, because landlords often found it more advantageous to pack more tenants in one property than to pay property taxes and maintenance on two. Such decay did, in fact, tend to attract a disproportionate share of drug dealers, vagrants, prostitutes, and vandals. In short, when residents of white ethnic enclaves in Gary, Indiana, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin, pointed to surrounding black neighborhoods with fear, they were reacting from genuine experience. In their assumption that ghetto residents chose to live in such degraded circumstances, they spoke from a position of willful ignorance. Ignorance of the privilege they derived from the GI Bill's housing and educational opportunities. Ignorance of their favored position in unionized industries, and ignorance of their superior access to public services. When they lashed out at white liberals, they had a point. No one was asking the residents of Georgetown or Chevy Chase to make personal sacrifices in the cause of civil rights. Even in the event that open housing laws prevailed, their neighborhoods were too expensive to attract large numbers of working-class black families. These contradictions would not be laid bare until later in the decade, but the early warning signs were already evident in the spring primary season. Wallace was a shrewd manipulator of public opinion and understood precisely how to broaden the appeal of his white supremacist agenda among urban and inner-ring suburban white voters outside the South. LBJ's advisors were acutely aware of the challenge before them. Dan Rostenkowski, a Democratic congressman who represented heavily Polish-American neighborhoods in Chicago, privately shared polling with Jack Valenti that suggested 78% of his constituents opposed the Civil Rights Act. They are mostly Catholic, Valenti informed the president. But in spite of the church's emphatic stand on civil rights, they are very much opposed to the Negro advances. The Polish people are real estate conscious and worry about the value of their homes. Richard Scammon, an influential political scientist whom JFK had installed as director of the census, warned Moyers that polling revealed a deep undercurrent of disaffection. The American white majority's view of civil rights and race can only be labeled as confused, contradictory, and apprehensive. Most Northern white respondents supported federal protection of civil rights activists, but they also believed that mass Negro demonstrations are harmful. A commanding majority supported the Civil Rights Act, but it is in such areas as street violence, the busing of school children, the right of a homeowner not to sell to a Negro, the movement of Negro families onto this block, and the movement of Negro workers into my job, that the deep gut-level apprehension bites into a superstructure of white tolerance and liberalism. While almost no whites would deny the Negro the right to vote, the majority would say, "I'll be goddamned if my kid has to ride a bus across this city to go to school in a Negro slum." Scammon found this sentiment increasingly evident among lower middle class and working class families, many of them lifelong Democrats. By his assessment, the race issue could very well spell the difference between a blowout victory on par with Roosevelt's in 1936 or a narrow loss. The vital importance of the race issue cannot be overestimated, he informed Moyers. Scammon observed that most Americans identified neither as liberals nor as conservatives, but rather as middle-of-the-roaders. Given his newfound zeal for civil rights and anti-poverty measures, Johnson was almost assured solid liberal support. If he could fuse the vast middle of the spectrum to his left-wing base, he was assured to win. The opportunities to identify the administration with the viewpoints of moderation and of the middle of the road seem obvious, he concluded. Other presidential advisers agreed. In July, Horace Busby warned the president that many in the Democratic Party apparatus have a naive, immature, unreal view of what the party is up against. Buzz worried that popular euphoria and confidence rested on the flawed assumption that since 1932, the Democratic Party had emerged as the presumptive presidential party. After all, it had won 6 of the last 8 presidential elections, and it was easy to write off the Eisenhower interlude, 1953 to 1961, as an aberration, an interruption in an inexorable Democratic trend attributable solely to Eisenhower's unique war hero appeal. These assumptions, Busby argued, did not hold up under an unsentimental, hard-nosed reading of the political history. On the contrary, it was the Roosevelt era that was anomalous, the peculiar product of the Great Depression and World War II. In the 16 presidential elections to date in the 20th century, Republicans had racked up a cumulative plurality of 9.2 million votes, and not simply because of their predominant position in the first 3 decades of the century. Since 1948, their advantage in presidential elections amounted to an aggregate plurality of 13.9 million votes. While Busby conceded that Democrats did enjoy a massive advantage at the state and local levels, it was not lost on Johnson, or on any member of his team, that this point reflected artificial padding by Southern Democrats, who since the late 1930s gradually came to hold little common ground with the rest of their party. Johnson had spent over 20 years in Congress, carefully straddling the ever-widening chasm between the party's Southern bloc, which was resistant to federal intervention in civil rights and the economy, and its Northern and Western blocs, which relied increasingly on the support of minority voters and organized labor. As a senator, Johnson had been more solicitous of the powerful Southern Committee chairman who installed him as majority leader. As president, both hard electoral math and personal conviction required that he swing to the left. Buzz believed that there was ample room to move leftward without losing broad support. He advised that Johnson abandon the interest group, or bloc, strategy that swept FDR into the White House in 1932, and that Harry Truman employed in his come-from-behind victory in 1948. Instead, Johnson should steer a clear course through the political center and present himself not as a coalition leader of blocs, but as a national interest leader. While John Kennedy had, on the surface, pursued a bloc strategy aimed at refusing Catholic voters who had defected in sizable numbers to Ike, and Southern Democrats who had been wobbly in their party affinity since 1948, once he assumed the presidency, Busby argued, JFK moved away from Franklin Roosevelt's style, rhetoric, and electoral strategy, and, much to the surprise of some and the distress of others, attempted to broaden the Democratic Party's base of appeal. Johnson, he concluded, should do the same. Heading into late summer, neither LBJ nor his aides harbored any illusions that the path to victory was clear, but the president held 3 trump cards. Jack Valenti, a former Texas ad man armed with a keen eye for packaging his candidate and his candidate's opponent. Bill Moyers, the bright-eyed preacher and Sunday school teacher who would prove an utterly ruthless and unforgiving campaign strategist. And Barry Goldwater, the Republican nominee, who simply could not get out of his own way. On July 13, 1964, the same day that Buzz penned his strategy memorandum to the president, moderate Republicans convened at San Francisco's Cow Palace, determined to block the nomination of Senator Barry Goldwater of Arizona, the recognized leader of the GOP's arch-conservative wing, opponent of the Civil Rights Act, and hawkish supporter of military intervention against the Soviet bloc. "The hour is late," lamented the moderate New York governor Nelson Rockefeller. "But if all leaders in the moderate mainstream of the Republican Party will unite upon a platform and upon Governor William Scranton, an 11th-hour entrant in the race, the moderate cause can be won." The hour was, in fact, too late. By virtue of early primary wins and a fortuitous meltdown on the part of Rockefeller, whose presidential bid fizzled out that spring over widespread disapproval of his divorce and remarriage, Goldwater had sewn up the nomination, but not before the convention broke into pandemonium. During a platform debate over immigration, a fistfight nearly ensued when a Goldwater supporter mocked Italian Americans, many of whom, including the moderate Representative Silvio Conte of Massachusetts, took considerable umbrage at the insult. By a vote of 897 to 409, delegates flatly rejected a moderate amendment that would have strengthened the party's plank on civil rights, infuriating moderates from the Northeast whose states and districts included sizable black populations. Goldwater devotees grew increasingly vicious as the days wore on. "It wasn't just the galleries," recalled one moderate attendee. "It was the floor. It was the hall. The venom of the booing and the hatred in people's eyes was really quite stunning." A leader of the New York Young Republicans recalled the event as horrible. "I felt like I was in Nazi Germany." No less a party stalwart than former President Dwight Eisenhower called the gathering unpardonable. "I was deeply ashamed." What one historian later dubbed the conservatives' Woodstock reached its nadir not when Goldwater delivered his acceptance speech, in which he declared that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice, but when his delegates shouted down Rockefeller as he addressed the convention. "These extremists feed on fear, hate, and terror," the New York governor intoned over the deafening jeers of the crowd. "They offered no program for America and the Republican Party. They operate from dark shadows of secrecy. It is essential that this convention repudiate here and now any doctrinaire militant minority, whether communist, Ku Klux Klan, or Birchers." In the wake of the convention, George Wallace formally dropped his own bid for the Democratic presidential nomination. "My mission has been accomplished," he explained. Goldwater was a gift to Lyndon Johnson. A doctrinaire conservative and acknowledged leader of the Republican Party's right wing, he was a bundle of contradictions. Though he deplored government handouts and pined for a simpler day when you either worked or you starved, Goldwater, the child of a wealthy department store owner, conveniently glossed over the strong links between his family's fortune and federal spending, which in his lifetime transformed Arizona from a desert backwater to a thriving Sunbelt powerhouse. I.F. Stone, the crusading left-wing journalist, would quip that Goldwater's base likes to think of itself as rugged and frontier because it is Western and Southwestern, but the covered wagons in which it travels are Cadillacs, and its wide-open spaces have been air-conditioned. Bill Moyers aptly captured the conservative icon's charm when he told the president in confidence that Goldwater has a basic appeal to people who want to return to America's age of innocence. The days of county fairs, country bands, sawdust, candied apples, simple solutions to simple problems. Days that never existed except in the minds of people who didn't live in them, but wish they did. Goldwater deplored the New Deal for its supposed creeping socialism, though he conveniently overlooked the $342 million in aid that Arizona collected from the federal government in those years, an era in which the state collected only $16 million in federal taxes. As a senator, He railed against the federal government, but continued to champion federal spending on local infrastructure and water projects. Despite his personal fortune and his wife's considerable inheritance, he lived lavishly and beyond his means, even as he preached the politics of frugality and personal responsibility. Goldwater fashioned himself a conservative theorist, but even by his own admission,